Halo, halo. Dzień dobry, witam Was z tej strony Pietrzak Mateusz, administrator grupy Starlinki. Dzisiaj spotykamy się na start misji Inspiration 4 i do startu zostały 4 godziny. Start dokładnie o godzinie 2:02 czasu polskiego, czyli za 4 godziny. Pozwólcie mi jeszcze, zostawcie mi jeszcze parę minut, 2-3 minutki w celu ustawienia transmisji. Dziękuję, do usłyszenia za chwilę. Ari. Jakoś przyjdę.
Be an astronaut. I've thought a lot about launch day. I've even had some dreams about launch day, and I still don't know what will be going through my mind. I know I'm going to be
with a T-4
incredibly
hour
excited.
situational awareness
Of course, I have
briefing.
the window
We're
seat.
currently
Looking
counting
out the
down to
window
a
and seeing Earth from space
T000256
is
UTC
going to
or
be so incredible. Can't even put
20:56
into
local
words.
time,
But I'm
with a minimum of
absolutely
2
most
additional
excited
liftoff
about is we're
opportunities
going
if
to call the
required.
St. Jude patients
The
from
crew are currently in
space,
transit from Hangar
and
X
I'll
to
get
Launch
to video
Complex
call these kids that
39A's
I've gotten
suit up
to
room.
treat, and these
The
kids
advanced
going
team
through
is currently
cancer
on the way to the
treatment
pad to
and
open
getting
the
to
side
show
hatch
them
and
what
prepare
life
for crew
after
arrival.
cancer can look like.
Vehicle gases are at
It's
MEA.
been incredible
STS
for me to
checkouts are
watch
complete.
how much this mission has already touched the kids at St. Jude and how much hope it's given them. I love this one little girl I talked to recently. She said, I can't wait to be an astronaut. Like, there was no if in there. She just couldn't wait for it to happen. I think that's what hope is. I'm Haley Arsenault, Medical Officer of Inspiration 4.
As part of the effort to raise money for St. Jude, Jared
No dobrze,
decided to
jestem
give
z
away one
powrotem.
seat to a person at
Przedstawię się
random
jeszcze
who
raz dla osób, które
donated to the
właśnie do nas
St. Jude
dołączyły.
cause.
Nazywam się
That
Mateusz
seat,
Pietrzak i
received
jestem administratorem
generosity,
grupy
went to
Starlinki na
Christopher
Facebooku.
Sombrowski.
Jest to
Christopher
pierwszy live, który
Sombrowski of Seattle,
organizuję na
Washington is the mission
platformie YouTube,
specialist of today's
a
flight,
więc
helping to manage
może być parę
payload, science
niedoskonałości,
experiments,
ponieważ jeszcze
and
nie
communications to
opanowałem w
mission
pełni
control.
tej
He is a
platformy.
42-year-old
A więc
mechanical
tak
and
jak mówiłem,
diagnostics lead at
dzisiaj
Lockheed
spotkamy
Martin
się na start
and a
misji
United
Inspiration
States Air
4.
Force
Jest to
veteran.
pierwsza misja
As an amateur
SpaceX,
astronomer, he grew up with a natural
w
curiosity
której
about outer
normalni
space and even
cywile,
worked as a US space camp counselor.
tacy
He
jacy
was awarded the seat of
ja i
generosity
wy,
after contributing to a
polecą
special
w
fundraising
kosmos.
campaign for St. Jude
Jak to
Children's
będzie
Research
wyglądało?
Hospital. Let's meet
Aktualnie
Chris, the Inspiration 4 mission
pani
specialist.
Jessica Anderson
When I found out I was
przedstawia
going
nam
to
załogę,
space, I was
załogę
dumbfounded.
misji
I think I was
Inspiration
just
4.
struck dumb for days.
W misji
The seed
Inspiration
was
4
planted for me to fall in
bierze
love with
udział
space
4
when I was little.
astronautów. Są
I
to
started launching little
4
rockets in my front yard
Amerykanów.
with my dad. First
Bierze
of which
udział
is still
Jared
probably
Isaacman.
stuck in a
On
Florida
jest
pine tree
głównym
somewhere.
tutaj organizatorem w ogóle
When I first saw a space
całej
shuttle launch
misji.
in
To on
person from the causeway,
wybierał
6 to
astronautów,
8
którzy
miles away,
polecą
you
z
could
nim
still feel that
w
rumble
stronę
pounding
kosmosu.
through your chest. That kind of just shifted my
Pierwszą
foundation
osobą,
a little
którą
bit,
wybrał,
and
to
I
była
knew from
Hayley
there on out I
Arsenault.
had to
Hayley
be
Arsenault jest
somehow a part of space,
29-letnią
whether it was
Amerykanką,
helping
która
support a
przeszła
mission or lobbying for folks to be able to go into space. That's
która
where I wanted to
przeszła
be. Of course, I'm going to be looking
mając
down
parę lat,
at my home
rak
in
kości
Western Washington. I'm also
i wszystko
looking
poszło dobrze
to see
i
what
wydobrzała
I
z
don't
tego.
see, and
Dlatego
that's going to be lines on a map.
właśnie
Those
Jared
walls that seem to
Isaacman
separate
wybrał
all
ją
of us
jako
ideologically,
partnerkę podczas
politically, or
lotu.
even geographically or
Warto
physically.
tutaj wspomnieć,
Those don't
że
exist
Hayley
when you get
Arsenault
far enough out,
po
and I'm really
wyzdrowieniu z raka
hoping
kości
to bring back that
zaczęła
sense
pracować
of
w
what
tej
it
samej
means
klinice, w
to
której leczyła się
only have that
będąc młodą.
one small line that matters to all
Kolejnym
of us, and
astronautą,
that's the
który
atmosphere
poleci
that
z
keeps us separated from
Jaredem
the
Isaacmanem,
vacuum of space.
to jest Chris Sembrowski. O
As we
Chrisie
get to launch
Sembrowskim
day,
opowiem Wam za
am
chwilkę.
gonna have the
No i
biggest smile
ostatnią
going
osobą,
ear to
która
ear.
poleci w kosmos
It's
wraz
gonna be,
z Jaredem
I'm gonna be
Isaacmanem,
shaking with
to jest dr
excitement, no
Sam
fears or
Proctor.
jitters at all about
Tutaj o
what's going to happen,
pani
but
doktor
man,
również za chwilkę.
that's gonna be a heck of a show.
Jak będzie wyglądała misja? Misja
Chris
będzie
Dombrowski, mission specialist of
wyglądała
Inspiration 4.
następująco. Start za 4 godziny o 2:02 czasu polskiego. Następnie Falcon zostanie umieszczony, drugi stopień rakiety Falcon zostanie umieszczony na orbicie i zostanie wypuszczona kapsuła Dragon. Kapsuła Dragon umieści się na orbicie ziemskiej i maksymalna wysokość, którą osiągnie, to będzie 575 km, więc będzie to wyżej niż ISS, ponieważ ona znajduje się, znajduje się ona na 400 km mniej więcej wysokości nad Ziemią. Będzie to również wyżej niż teleskop Hubble'a. Teleskop Hubble'a znajduje się na 540 km nad Ziemią. Tutaj widziałem parę godzin temu komentarz osoby, która mówiła, oczywiście, ale teleskop Hubble'a nie znajduje się na 540 km nad Ziemią i że jest inaczej. Tutaj to tak nie wygląda. 540 km dla teleskopu Hubble'a to jest najbliższa odległość, na jakiej on się znajduje w porównaniu do Ziemi. On oczywiście znajduje się z reguły na 600 paru kilometrach od Ziemi. Tak samo jest zresztą z ISS. Ona nie ma stałej wysokości, tak? Ona raz jest na 420, 430, a raz na 400. A więc to też jest zmienne. Zerknę, czy są może jakieś komentarze. Zacznę dalej.
I won the prosperity seat for Inspiration 4, and I did that not
Był
as a
komentarz
geoscientist
Alicji,
or
ale
an
jakoś mi
explorer
zniknął.
or an analog astronaut, which are all on my resume. I actually
Alicja.
won this as a
Bardzo
poet
Cię
and
witam.
an artist.
Adama również witam i
We are
Przemysława
striving for that
tak
Star
samo.
Trek generation, that idea of a just, equitable, diverse and inclusive
Przedstawię Wam trochę
space,
program,
or
jak będzie
Jedi
dzisiaj wyglądała
space.
nasza transmisja
I'm gonna be
live.
the first
Transmisja
black
będzie bardzo
female
długa, dlatego
pilot of a spacecraft ever.
nie zawsze będę
And to me, that just
gadał, po
blows
prostu
me
nie jestem w stanie
away.
gadać przez tak
And
długi
I want to
czas.
encourage the next
Jest godzina
generation
22,
to
start,
dream
jeszcze raz
that
przypomnę,
this is
22,
possible. And
start
a Jedi
druga,
space,
02
that's
czasu
what that's
polskiego, a więc
about.
za 4 godziny.
I'm Dr. Cyan
Po
Proctor,
starcie
and I'm the
również
mission
będzie
pilot
ciągnięty
for
live.
Inspiration 4.
Zależy od tego, ile SpaceX pociągnie
If you're
ich live.
interested in learning
Myślę,
more
że
about
będzie
the
to tak z
Inspiration 4 crew and how they
godzinkę
came
z hakiem
together
po
for this
starcie, a
mission,
więc
you are
live
in
będzie
luck.
trwał przynajmniej do
Netflix
4.
and Time have been following the Inspiration 4
Krótko
crew in
mówiąc,
the
6
lead up to
prawie
their
godzin.
mission, and the first 4 episodes of the 5-part series are
Dlatego raz
now
będę gadał, raz nie.
available on
Kiedyś muszę się
Netflix.
przespać, ponieważ
The
jutro mam
fifth
również
and final
ciężki
episode
dzień.
will be
Więc w pewnym
available
momencie
not too
ucieknę,
long after splashdown and will
ale
include
oczywiście
an
transmisja
insider
będzie
look at
kontynuowała.
their time on orbit.
Jeszcze trochę powiem może, jak będzie wyglądała transmisja awaryjna. Transmisja awaryjna chodzi o to, że transmituję z domu, z powodu, że tak jak mówiłem, jest to bardzo długa transmisja. Transmituję z domu, mam tutaj bardzo słaby internet, a więc dlatego obraz może od czasu do czasu leciutko się przyciąć. Nie powinien, ale może. A transmisja awaryjna wygląda tak, że jeżeli się naprawdę będzie bardzo zacinało, to wtedy zatrzymuję transmisję i transmisja zostanie wznowiona koło godziny 1 wtedy. Już wtedy będę musiał się przemieścić do miejsca ze światłowodem. Mam nadzieję, że się taka rzecz nie przydarzy i że będzie wszystko dobrze. Czyli właśnie załoga się przemieszcza w samochodach Tesli. Ona się przemieszcza zapewne do miejsca, gdzie zostaną założone kombinezony, zostaną zrobione przygotowania do misji. Następnie z tego miejsca pojadą dalej, już bardziej w stronę wyrzutni. Oczywiście, tak jak to tradycja tutaj pozwala, astronauci są przewożeni samochodami firmy Tesla. Tesla Model X. Nawet jeżeli w pewnym momencie zwrócicie uwagę, przynajmniej na jednej z Tesli będzie napisane St. Jude. St. Jude to jest właśnie szpital, w którym była leczona Haile Arsenault i w której również teraz pracuje.
Which they are currently entering right now.
Yeah, so when they get inside, they'll have a mission and weather briefing. They'll also get tablets, which has all of the information and procedures they'll need and their schedule throughout the mission. And then They'll also don their spacesuits. The super
Oczywiście,
cool
jeżeli macie jakieś
snake-looking,
pytania dotyczące misji, czy
spacesuits.
nawet
Yeah, and
innych spraw,
the really cool part
możecie
about
napisać
this
w
is the
komentarzach.
process is
Czytam
similar
komentarze
to
i będę starał się
NASA.
na
We
nie
just have
odpowiadać.
different facilities that we're utilizing with some minor things that are a little bit different. But every step of the process is in their process, in those tablets. So even going
No
from
dobrze,
Hangar
to w takim
X
razie
to
jeszcze
getting
raz
inside of the Teslas, getting
wspomnimy
out of
sobie,
the
kto
Teslas
leci,
into the Falcon support building.
ponieważ nie
So every
rozwinąłem
step of this
wszystkich
is
z
written
członków
out
załogi,
and
a
they're
więc
following it just as
przypomnę,
procedure.
leci Jared
Yes, later on in
Isaacman.
the webcast, we're going to
On
talk a
ma
little bit more about what the
38
astronauts
lat,
have been
jest
doing.
założycielem firmy
As
Shift
Jesse
for
mentioned,
Payments i
not
Shift for
just
Shop.
today, but throughout the last 6, 7, or 8
W życiu
months,
jest
they've
pilotem,
been very, very
latał nawet
busy.
na kilku
Their
typach
schedules are
samolotów, w tym
jam-packed.
odrzutowcach
They're learning a
wojskowych, a
lot of
więc
things, doing a lot of cool things.
ma dużo związanego z
But
lotnictwem.
yes, here's a view of the
W roku
Falcon 9 rocket. And sitting on
2029
top of that is the
okrążył
Dragon
świat
spacecraft
w
that will be
61
taking
godzin
them
i
to
51
orbit in just under 4
minut.
hours.
Yeah, and just to note, you can see the set on the vehicle. This is going to be a reflown vehicle. This will be its third flight today.
Sian
And the
Proctor
Dragon
będzie
vehicle
drugą
sitting on
kobietą
top is Dragon
załogi.
Resilience, which
Będzie
flew
ona
on
pełniła
the Crew
rolę
1
pilota.
mission just last year.
Yes, this
Wygrała
vehicle came
miejsce
back in May of
na
this
platformie
year and
Shift
has
for
been
Shop, czyli na tej
undergoing
platformie, którą założył
refurbishment and
Jared
checkouts to make
Isaacman.
sure it is ready for
Właśnie
flight.
tam wygrała swoje
The
miejsce
first
na
stage,
lot. Pochodzi
down
ona z
below,
Guam,
this is gonna be
a
its third
co
time
najważniejsze i co najciekawsze, jej ojciec pracował w stacji śledzenia lotów Apollo. A więc tutaj też jest
So the
mimo
inspiration
wszystko
for crew is or has
duże
arrived at
związanie z
SpaceX's Falcon
lotami
support
w
building, which
kosmos.
is the home to our brand new suit up room.
Sama Sian
And you'll notice
Proctor
that this
uczestniczyła
happens to be
również w
right
4
across the
symulacjach
street from the
misji
historic launch
marsjańskich.
pad at 39A, which is where the
To
crew
są
will
takie
lift
symulacje,
off
gdzie ludzie
in
są
just under
izolowani
4 hours from
na
now. This is the same
dłuższy
launch
lub
pad
krótszy
that
czas
NASA
od
used for the Apollo
cywilizacji
missions that first put people on the moon
ćwiczą,
back in
jak to
1969.
będzie na Marsie. Jak się ludzie
Once
będą
the crew is
zachowywali
inside
w
the
kompletnej
Falcon
izolacji
support
przez
building, the
dłuższy
SpaceX
czas.
team will brief the crew with weather and launch
Highland
details and give them
Arsenault,
their tablets, which they will bring with them
czyli
on the flight. At T-3
ta
hours
właśnie
and
osoba,
20
która
minutes, the crew will begin suiting up
przeszła
for the
raka
world's
kości,
first
będzie
all-civilian mission to space.
pełniła
Once
podczas
they are
misji rolę
suited up,
oficera
they will
medycznego.
exit the Falcon support building and get back into their Teslas. We will have 2 astronauts in each of
Będzie
the Teslas,
pełniła
led by a
właśnie
support vehicle.
rolę
The crew will make
oficera
that
medycznego,
short drive to
ponieważ
the launch
jest
pad, and once they arrive, the crew
pielęgniarką.
will ascend the fixed
Pracuje
service
jako
structure
pielęgniarka
in an
właśnie w tym
elevator up to the
szpitalu.
255-foot level.
The
I
crew will
pozostaje
then
nam
take these stairs up the last
Christopher
10 feet
Sembrowski,
and then head through the crew
ma
access farm where they
41
will
lat
make one stop,
i
make one
będzie
final stop
zajmował
and a final
stanowisko
phone call
specjalisty do sprawy
before
misji.
walking down the crew arm to the White Room.
Jest on
And the White
wielkim
Room is their
miłośnikiem i
last stop before
propagatorem
climbing into
prywatnych
the
lotów
spacecraft,
w
a process
kosmos
known as crew
i w przyszłości
ingress.
służył w siłach
During ingress, the
powietrznych
SpaceX team
Stanów
will run a
Zjednoczonych.
series of checks to ensure the suits,
Aktualnie
the
pracuje w
seats and
przemyśle
vehicle interactions are all
lotniczym,
functioning
a więc tutaj
properly.
też mamy bliskie
After all the
powiązanie z
vehicle and crew checkouts
lotami.
are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will close Dragon's side hatch and depart the pad. At T-40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract away, followed by the arming
Może
of the
trochę
launch escape
opowiem,
system.
dlaczego misja
Once the
Inspiration 4
arm
nazywa
is
się
retracted
Fall
and the escape system is
Inspiration.
armed, propellant loading on
Jest to
Falcon 9 will begin.
dlatego
At
taka nazwa została
T-5
wybrana,
minutes,
ponieważ
Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count.
ponieważ jest to czwarta załogowa misja firmy SpaceX
And finally, at T0, Dragon
i
and
jest ona
Falcon
naprawdę
will lift off
wyjątkowa.
from pad
Do tego
39A.
lecą
Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff,
leci
the
czterech
Dragon will separate
Amerykanów
from Falcon 9's second
podczas tej
stage
misji.
and
Poczekajcie,
spend
tutaj
the
mamy
next 3 days conducting
rozpiskę, ale tą
science and
rozpiskę
taking in
mam
breathtaking views
ja
as they orbit
osobiście
around the Earth.
tutaj z boku, to za chwilę do niej przejdziemy, jak to będzie wyglądało. Jeżeli chcecie, to teraz oglądajcie oczywiście, co tam jest pokazywane. A ja dokończę. Pogodę mamy bardzo dobrą na start, ponieważ wynosi ona ponad 70 parę procent już na tą chwilę, a więc start powinien odbyć się o godzinie 2:02 czasu polskiego,
Now, weather
bez
is
żadnego
always an
problemu.
important factor for any launch, but for this mission, it's a bit more complicated than usual. All of SpaceX's previous missions carrying humans has been destined for the International Space Station, where the crew would stay for an extended period of time. For this mission, the crew is not going to the International Space Station and will return to Earth in about 3 days' time. Therefore, we need to ensure that
Tutaj mam
we have good weather not only for liftoff, but also
o 2 metry
for
pod
splash.
ziemią. Czy będą pokazywać, co się dzieje w budynku SpaceX? Myślę, że tak. Jak do tej pory Jeżeli dobrze pamiętam, to podczas misji Crew Demo 2, Crew Demo, Crew Demo 2, Crew 2 i Crew 3 były pokazywane wszystkie procedury w budynku SpaceX, jak astronauci są ubierani i przechodzą ostatnie weryfikacje przed lotem, a więc myślę, że tak, nie ma przynajmniej przeszkód przed tym. Alicja pyta, na jakiej podstawie wybrali astronautów, a więc były to konkursy po prostu, były to jakby selekcje. Tutaj wspominałem historię pani Sian Proctor, pani doktor Sian Proctor, która na przykład wygrała misję LOT, czyli miejsce, na platformie Ship for Show. A więc no po prostu to jest taki zbieg okoliczności, że tak bliska osoba lotom kosmicznym została właśnie wybrana. W przypadku Christophera Sembrowskiego on wygrał konkurs na datek na rzecz szpitala dziecięcego St. Jude, a więc tutaj też był to jakby konkurs. Bardzo witam Krystiana. Tak, Adam mówi, że Bezos chyba dostanie białej gorączki. Tak, jest taka możliwość, zwłaszcza, że Bezos był tam na parę dosłownie chwil w kosmosie. A tutaj mimo wszystko SpaceX poleci dużo wyżej, na 575 km i na dłużej. Lot będzie trwał 72 godziny, 3 dni. Zastanawiacie się pewnie, co astronauci będą robili podczas tych 3 dni podróży w kosmosie. No właśnie, to jest dobre pytanie, co oni będą robili, ale mimo wszystko SpaceX przewidziało dużo eksperymentów, które zostaną przeprowadzone na astronautach. Między innymi sprawdzą, jak się zachowują osoby mające protezę w kosmosie. Będą oczywiście sprawdzali, w jakim stanie fizycznym będą astronauci w sumie cywilne, które polecieli pierwszy raz w kosmos i nie są tak naprawdę do tego przygotowani. No i oczywiście dużo innych
Now, for reference, our drone ships are equivalent to the size of a football field. So while they might look smaller on your screen, they're pretty gigantic in real life. Like I mentioned already, this is a two-stage rocket.
Tutaj warto podkreślić, że cała załoga przeszła naprawdę bardzo szybkie szkolenia dla astronautów, które zostało zrobione przez SpaceX. Tutaj szkolenia obejmowały lekcje mechaniki orbitalnej, działanie w środowisku mikrograwitacji oraz testy obciążeniowe. Ale tak jak mówię, to były naprawdę bardzo szybkie testy. Te szkolenia. Normalnie astronauci przygotowują się parę lat na takie misje. Tutaj nasi astronauci przygotowywali się dosłownie parę miesięcy. W sumie nie lecą na ISS, a więc nie będą potrzebowali aż tak dużej wiedzy o całej mechanice. Najważniejsze, że są nauczeni etapów bezpieczeństwa w razie awarii i co trzeba robić, żeby wszystko poszło dobrze.
Like the Falcon 9 first stage, the Dragon spacecraft is also reusable. In fact,
Oczywiście zapraszam Was do udostępnienia całej transmisji Waszym znajomym. Jest to naprawdę bardzo ważna misja dzisiaj w odboju kosmosu. Po raz pierwszy cywile polecam na tak długi czas w kosmos.
For the Inspiration 4 mission, this capsule has one notable change, a new cupola observation dome that has replaced the docking mechanism. Oh, you see that there on your screen now. It has replaced the docking mechanism previously used to autonomously dock with the space station. We'll get to talk a little bit more about that cupola later on in the broadcast, but right now, let's take a minute to look at the Inspiration 4 mission profile.
Ja jeszcze tutaj sprawdzę szybciutko, jak będzie wyglądał harmonogram misji przed startem i po starcie.
I am so excited about the Dragon cupola. Let's talk a little bit about the mission profile. So a couple of things are different today since we're not going to be going to the International Space Station. The team will be
tutaj rozpiska SpaceX rozpoczyna się dopiero 45 minut przed startem, a więc nie ma wszystkich etapów kiedy astronauci będą wychodzili już z budynku SpaceX. Czekajcie, bo idzie chyba ładna grafika. Tak, tutaj pokazuje właśnie orbitę ISS, orbitę teleskopu Hubble'a oraz orbitę, na którą poleci Dragon.
Yeah, to get into this orbit after Dragon separates from the second stage, it has two burns spaced about 45 minutes apart. The first burn will raise the altitude of the orbit, and the second burn will circularize it to that
45 minut przed startem dyrektor lotu postanowi, czy możemy ładować paliwo, czy też nie. 3 minuty później, czyli 42 minuty przed startem, zostanie odłączone ramię, które łączy aktualnie stanowisko startowe z rakietą Falcon 9. Po tym ramieniu przejdą astronauci w celu wejścia do kapsuły. 37 minut przed startem zostanie uzbrojony system ewakuacji kapsuły Dragon. Jest to ostatni etap przed ładowaniem paliwa. Jest on bardzo ważny, ponieważ tutaj rakieta jest tankowana, jak chcą już w nią astronauci, więc jeżeli coś by poszło nie tak podczas tankowania rakiety, astronauci muszą być w stanie uciec jak najszybciej z rakiety. Wiadomo, że nie zaczną oni wychodzić z kapsuły przez kładkę, która będzie rozwijana, tylko tutaj kapsuła Dragon jest tak zrobiona, żeby się odłączyła od rakiety Falcon 9, włączyła swoje silniki, które ma na strukturze i odleciała w dal w celu zapewnienia bezpieczeństwa załodze. 35 minut przed startem rozpoczyna się ładowanie paliwa. Jest to nafta rakietowa. W tym samym momencie rozpoczyna się pierwszy etap tankowania ciekłego tlenu. Następnie przechodzimy już na 7 minut przed startem, gdzie Falcon 9 rozpocznie chłodzenie silników przed startem. 5 minut przed startem zaledwie zasilanie zostanie odłączone od wyrzutni. Oczywiście, tak jak zwykle, takie same procedury, czyli minuta przed startem komputer sprawdza, czy wszystko jest sprawne i czy może rakieta polecieć. 45 sekund przed startem mamy tradycyjne go for launch albo no go for launch. No i oczywiście druga 02 start rakiety Falcon 9 z misją Inspiration 4. Etapy po starcie na razie pominę. Wspomnę jedynie, o której zostanie otworzony nosek kapsuły Dragon. Zostanie on otworzony 13 minut po starcie. W podobnym czasie ostatnie starniki zostały wypuszczone 15 minut, potem mamy 13 minut. Tutaj warto wspomnieć, że kapsuła Dragon nie będzie posiadała znanego elementu do dokowania do ISS, ale będzie posiadała taką kopułę, przez którą będą mogli astronauci wyglądać w przestrzeń kosmiczną. Zapewne wiecie, kapsuła Dragon ma okienka, ale one są bardzo małe. Tutaj natomiast będziemy mieli tak zwaną kupola, to tak się nazywa po angielsku, kupola. Jest to taka sfera przezroczysta, przez którą astronauci będą mogli wyglądać. A propos tej kupoli, to warto wspomnieć, że jest to największy element, przez który astronauci mogą wyglądać. Jest to największy taki element, który w ogóle został kiedyś wyprodukowany. Nawet w stacji kosmicznej nie jest takie okienko. Tak, jest większe, ale w stacji kosmicznej jest ono złożone z kilku okienek de facto. A tutaj mamy naprawdę jedną sferę bez żadnych przecięć. Zerknę szybko na wasze komentarze, bo widzę, że się trochę tutaj narobiło komentarzy. 5,5 miesiąca uczyli się, tak.
That'll include communication checks with the crew, And then propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes as usual for a Falcon countdown. On top of the Falcon 9, just in
Tutaj
front
Adam
of
nie
the
wiem,
crew
czy to
access
jest
arm, you see there, is the
zbieżność
Dragon
okoliczności, czy
spacecraft.
jest to
It's a
specjalnie
quiet
zrobione.
time for the Dragon
Myślę, że
capsule
za
and the mission
bardzo
team,
mimo
but it
wszystko
is starting
nie
to pick
zwracali
up.
na to uwagę.
Now, the
Ale co
launch
warto
pad is
wspomnieć,
currently
to
cleared of
8
all
minut przed
personnel, except we
startem
did
rakiety
clear
Falcon
in
9,
about
jeżeli
20
wystartuje
minutes ago
o
the advance
2:02
team
czasu
to
polskiego,
head on up to
będzie
the White
przelatywała
Room,
międzynarodowa
and
stacja
they'll be
kosmiczna.
supporting
A
the
więc
arrival and
astronauci
ingress
z
of the crew,
Międzynarodowej
getting the
Stacji
capsule
Kosmicznej
ready, making
będą
sure
naprawdę
the
mieli
cabin
bardzo dobre
speakers set
miejsce
up, things like
do
that.
obserwacji
So
startu.
they were cleared, they're headed up.
Mam
We're
nadzieję, że
waiting to
nawet
hear
będziemy
that they
mieli
are now in
później
the
parę
tower and
zdjęć
making their way to the
ze
White Room.
startu.
We ought to hopefully get a view here shortly, and they'll begin preparation of the arrival of Inspiration 4 crew. Now, as a reminder, today's launch of Dragon does not go to the International Space Station. So that means we're going to get a launch window that is just over 5 hours long instead of the usual 1 second window we have for ISS launches. Now, when we fly to the space station, we have to launch in synchronization to when the space station orbit passes overhead. And for maximum
Tutaj właśnie
performance,
czytam
we
w
target a
informacjach o
specific
misji
1 second period
i
of
właśnie
time for
wyczytałem
launch.
coś bardzo
Now, the
ciekawego
Inspiration
dla
4 crew doesn't
znawców
have that
kryptowalut.
constraint. So that gives us a larger
Tutaj po raz
window that
pierwszy
provides
na
margin
orbicie
if the weather, for example,
zostanie
causes a
odtworzony
delay this
utwór z
evening, or if we have
przypisanym
issues that
unikalnym,
require more time to
niewymienialnym
resolve on
tokenem.
Dragon, on Falcon, and
Osoby,
the
które w tym
ground systems.
będą bardziej siedziały,
But
będą
once
wiedziały, że
we
nazywa
do
się
start
to
propellant loading at
NFT.
T-minus 35 minutes, that will commit us to launching. We won't be able to try to stop and reload propellant and launch later in the evening. But the good news right now, coming up at T-minus 3 hours and 35 minutes, everything is go for
Na
launch.
pokład kapsuły Dragon,
Thank you,
na
John.
pokładzie będą
Now,
znajdowały się
you've been a
różne
rocket
przedmioty,
engineer pretty much your entire
które
life
po powrocie
and
na
spent
Ziemię
about
trafią
30
na
years
aukcję
with the Air
i
Force. So you're
zarobek
pretty
z
familiar with the
aukcji
launch countdown.
zostanie
For the
przekazany
viewers that may be
szpitalu
watching
St.
for the very
Jude.
first time, can you explain a little bit about what the purpose of the countdown is?
I used the word synchronization a minute ago, Jesse. The countdown is our framework that the launch team uses to make sure that all the final checks are being made in the right order to ensure a safe
No właśnie, bo
flight.
gadamy o
And so
misji,
we have to
ale
get
nic jeszcze
ready
nie
for
powiedziałem
launch.
wam
That means
o
rocket computers,
pierwszym
ground
stopniu rakiety.
computers, people
Jak
who are
widzicie
on the
na
network,
załączonym
they all
obrazku, nie
prepare
jest
the
to nowy
rocket and the
stopień rakiety, jest on
spacecraft.
już
The
okupcony,
countdown
że
is
tak
that
powiem.
structure that synchronizes
Brał
these
on
teams
udział
to
już
make sure that we do things
w
in the right order.
jednej misji.
So one
Była to
example
misja
that you're going to see
Crew
later
1
on is
i to
the
było w listopadzie
propellant and launch
2020
readiness
roku,
poll. We
a
do that
powrócił na
before we
Ziemię
load
w
the
maju
propellant onto the vehicle.
bieżącego roku.
Now it seems kind of obvious, but the countdown manual says do the poll first, and then you can move into loading propellant. There are many what they call
Nie,
interlocks
przepraszam.
in the procedure. It says make sure you do this step
Pierwszy
before
stopień
you do
rakiety,
this
który
one,
tutaj
because
widzicie,
that's the safest way to
pomyliłem się,
count the
sorry,
rocket down and
brał
prepare the
udział w
Falcon
dwóch
9 and
misjach.
the Dragon for
Była to
spaceflight.
misja GPS-3
Yeah, and that all
SV04
happens
w listopadzie
literally right
2020
before
roku
liftoff, right? I
oraz
guess that
misja
gives us
GPS-3 SV05 w
best
czerwcu
security that we
2021
know
roku.
that everything is ready to
Tutaj
go
jak już
before we lift
mowa o
off,
pierwszym
right?
stopniu, to
But
powiem
one
od
of the
razu,
things
gdzie
that
on
we've
będzie
tried to
lądował, czyli na
emphasize
jakiej
over the years
platformie.
is to try to
Będzie to
test the
platforma
systems of
Just
the
Read
rocket
the
as
Instruction.
close to liftoff as possible. Now, we did some testing overnight at T-minus 8 hours, T-minus 5 hours. There's some things that take hours to do, like pressurizing the rocket. But on other things, you will hear, for example, in the last 4 minutes or so of the countdown, we will move the upper stage engine nozzle a little bit with the guidance system. So we're doing that just as close to launch as we can to make darn sure that the hydraulic system is really ready to go and fly the rocket. In fact, the first stage engines, we move those nozzles about T-minus 4 seconds, just 2 seconds before we then begin the engine ignition sequence. So all told, you try to move the stuff as close to launch as you can without overloading the team, or the computers to look at too much happening too fast.
Yeah, I think Dragon and Falcon are a largely autonomous vehicle. And one of the things that we hear as we get under the 1 minute mark is Falcon 9 flight computers have taken over. What does that exactly mean, John?
Aha, tutaj bardzo ważną informację teraz przeczytałem. Platformę Just Read the Instruction będzie wspierał statek o nazwie DAG. Został on tak nazwany, ponieważ jedną składał z dwóch osób, które poleciały pierwszy raz kapsułą SpaceX. Był Bob Benken i Doug Farley. A więc SpaceX ma nawet dwa takie statki. Jeden o nazwie Bob i drugi o nazwie Doug. Tutaj ten statek jest wyposażony w podwyższoną platformę, na której będą przechowywane osłony, sprzęt umożliwiający holowanie platformy Ocisli i Just Read the Instruction. Co tutaj ważne w już podkreśleniu, na tym statku będzie znajdował się terminal Starlink, a więc czyżby to oznaczało koniec zrywanych obrazów podczas lądowania pierwszego stopnia? Mam taką nadzieję. Byłoby to coś niesamowitego.
To prepare the Inspiration4 crew for their mission, our teams at SpaceX have spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in microgravity, and even running simulations of what the full mission
Mówiliśmy
will look
już
like
o
while
pierwszym
seated
stopniu
in the
rakiety, a
Dragon.
więc teraz
The Inspiration4
opowiem
crew
wam
has
trochę o
completed numerous
kapsule,
simulations,
która zostanie
including a
tutaj
30-hour and
wykorzystana.
12-hour
Ona
end-to-end
też nie jest
simulation
nowa.
in our Dragon trainer.
Ona już
They
służyła
not only
raz
trained at SpaceX,
podczas
but
misji
also
Crew
did
1
centrifuge
właśnie
training and
i
also flew some
misja
fighter
miała
jets, which you can see on your
miejsce
screen.
od
This is a
listopada
photo from
2020 do maja
their
2021
weekend
roku.
event of flying the aerobatic
Yeah,
jets.
they're very fun and exciting weekend where they're just ripping up the skies, doing barrel rolls in their jets.
Yeah, the crew
Prognozy
also
pogody
completed a
zostały
zero-G
już
flight,
zmienione.
which
Obecnie mamy
simulates
90%
microgravity.
szans na start
And there you
o
can see them
godzinie
there, basically
2:02.
flying
Warto wspomnieć,
already.
że okno startowe
They
trwa, jeżeli
also
dobrze
have climbed
pamiętam,
Mount Rainier
5
in
godzin,
Washington.
a więc do 7:02 czasu
From
polskiego.
the Netflix series,
Dla
man, that
własnego
looked like a
zdrowia
very
mam nadzieję,
tough,
że jednak wystartują o
but very
2:02.
necessary team building event.
Ale jeżeli nie, no to oczywiście
the
będziemy
docuseries, it was a
czekać.
tough hike. Almost 10 hours of hiking, almost vertically. So congrats to the
Patrzę
team
właśnie
there.
teraz
That was
na
a heck of a hike.
Yeah, pretty
Launch
amazing.
Mission
And they
Execution
were
Forecast,
also even
czyli na
able
tak
to
zwane
follow the tradition of the
na tak
crew
zwaną pogodę na
crew
start.
members,
Dzisiaj
and they were
mamy
able to sign
10%
their own
możliwości
booster. So this is them in front of their signatures on the
opadów
booster that's literally on the pad right now.
i chmur.
This means
Natomiast jeżeli dzisiaj by nie wystartowali, to jutro mamy już 40% szans na wystąpienie opadów i chmur.
In their own words, here's the crew talking about their various training over the last 6 months.
Jared Isaacman here, Commander Inspiration4, and we're like 4 months and a day away from our intended launch date.
This week was really intense because we had a lot of the systems. We got to go into the sim.
Going through some CRM training and looking at what the mission
Dobrze, tutaj widzę, że jeszcze jest aktywna ankieta, którą rozpocząłem wcześniej. Dotyczyła ona, czy widzieliście Starlinki,
Week 2 of training at SpaceX
ale
complete.
widzę, że prawie nikt nie widział.
It was a heavy week.
Tylko 2
I
osoby
just
widziały.
completed another week at SpaceX and it was
13
intense.
głosów,
A lot of good building blocks.
76%
So you
na
start
mnie,
at the beginning of the week with
23% na
smaller
tak.
things like losing
I
comms
jednak
to
ktoś
okay,
widział
some
Starlinki, które zostały
circumstances
wyniesione.
are not so
to było
good, and then some get really bad where you have to, plan an emergency orbit, which we initiated ourselves in that.
But man, challenging. I didn't realize how much upper body strength I need, so I need to hit the gym the next couple of months and build up some more muscles.
Today was my favorite day of training
A
because
powiedzcie mi w
today
komentarzach,
was the
czy
medical
oglądaliście
training day.
serial Countdown na Netflixie. Ja jeszcze nie obejrzałem 2 odcinków, które zostały publikowane w poniedziałek. Po prostu miałem taki tydzień, że nie miałem nawet czasu usiąść na spokojnie, a więc jeszcze nie miałem czasu obejrzeć, ale
But the
nadrobię
best
to.
part is we all got in our spacesuits together.
We got to
Możemy
wear
spróbować
spacesuits,
zaciąć
strap into the simulator, and feel like we were actually going to space.
Hello again, Chris here, and it's August 2nd, 2021, 44 days from our launch here in September. Everything keeps going to plan, and it's been an incredible week last week.
Wyłączyłem
Both
mikrofon.
SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
The spacesuit that I got fitted for About 7 months ago, I actually get to see and try on and do a bunch of maneuvers in to make sure that it's comfortable and that I can move. And I am just so excited for this because, I mean, this is the spacesuit I'm going to wear leaving the planet.
I'm just so honored and thankful and grateful to be a part of this historic mission and a part of the SpaceX team.
Y'all are working so hard to get to Mars and beyond. We want to
Jeżeli nie
provide
widziałeś
great
jeszcze
data, and
Przemysław
we're really excited to be part of
tego
this.
serialu, to
Well,
naprawdę
thanks
polecam
everybody
Ci.
for
Pierwsze
fantastic time
odcinki
here
naprawdę
in
były
Hawthorne and
bardzo fajne.
also down in
Opowiadają
Canada.
one
We've been
między
doing
innymi
training
właśnie
down there as
o
well. So,
życiorysie
really appreciate everything you
załogi,
guys been doing.
This is my
która właśnie
final
poleci
call
w
here from SpaceX.
Kosmos.
So Brooke signing off.
Na orbitę.
So cool seeing those personal vlogs. Now, as part of their extensive training over the last 6 months, the crew also got extensive amount of training on a bunch of science. Specifically, the crew learned how to conduct a wide variety of science experiments on themselves and each other, all of which help inform both of which help inform how humans best live in space. These experiments were designed by the Translational Research Institute for Space Health,
Oczywiście
also known as
przypominam, że
TRISH.
jeżeli jeszcze
Joining us now from Cape Canaveral is
nie
Jimmy Wu,
zadaliście
a
pytań,
senior
to zadajcie.
biomedical
Nawet
engineer
jeżeli już
with TRISH.
zadaliście,
Hey, Jimmy.
to i tak oczywiście zapraszam
Hey,
Was do
Kate.
Thanks so much for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about what a senior biomedical engineer does?
zadawania pytań.
Yeah, sure. My role really is to look at the cutting edge of research and technology that keeps humans healthy on Earth, and then work with those researchers and those engineers to see how we could apply it into space, how we could implement it so that we can keep humans healthy in space. And then really the ultimate benefit is to be able to return those improvements back to Earth so that it can help humanity.
Sounds like a pretty important job. In layman's terms, what is TRISH and why is it important to us?
Yeah, so TRISH has a partnership with NASA's Human Research Program, and so I kind of want to use an analogy of what SpaceX was to NASA when SpaceX came on board, about a decade ago, and NASA asked SpaceX, "Hey, can you make rocket launches cheaper and more accessible to everyone?" And so TRISH kind of has that same relation with NASA, where the Human Research Program has asked us to say, "Can you make biomedical research and medical health?" Can you look at that and make that more
Powiedzcie
accessible
mi,
to
czy
everyone?
dobrze
Can
mnie
you look at
słyszycie
other
i czy
ways that
dobrze
we could
słyszycie
do research to help
transmisję, która jest
be
w
more
tle?
innovative, to be more entrepreneurial, to bring in new ideas, new industries to help contribute to keeping humans healthy in space?
Awesome. Now, in terms of the Inspiration 4 mission, can you tell us a little bit about what's unique about this particular research effort?
Yeah, I think what's really unique is it's really intended for the ordinary individuation is the professional astronauts. Well, the Inspiration 4 crew is average, ordinary individuals like you and I. And so we have to modify and adapt the science so that it's easier for them to implement. And, as you saw earlier with the earlier clip, they're doing experiments on themselves. They're doing experiments with each other. And so they're not trained on how to do that. And so what ends up happening is what we're learning is not just the data that's being collected about them and how their body changes in spaceflight, but it's also how do we collect that data. And if we can make the means of collection a lot easier for ordinary individuals like the Inspiration 4 crew, it means we can also do that for the average person here on the planet Earth.
Ooh, that's a really interesting point. Can you go into a little bit more detail on what you mean by making that available to everyone here on Earth?
Yeah, okay, sure, I'd love to. So, the experiments are involving ultrasound, blood draw, collecting vital health monitoring information, sensory motor data, and some psychological performance data. So normally if you do that on Earth, you usually go to the doctor's office, you go in a laboratory, and there's a trained person who does that. And so that means that you have to go to a place that has a limited access, so you have to make an appointment and things like that. And so what we've done with the technology, as you will see with the Inspiration 4 crew, is they can take care of it themselves. They can collect the data themselves, and you're already sort of seeing that with, for example, the health monitoring, right? They've got the Apple Watch devices that allow them. We see that today with our consumer market, where we're kind of in charge of our own health. It basically gives empowers individuals to take care of themselves. And I think ultimately that's what it comes back to is what we're doing here at Trish is it's not just healthcare for people in space, but it's also healthcare for all of us on Earth. And I think to me, that's really the message I want to share with everyone.
Awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. I think we have some demonstrations later on in the webcast with some of those collection items that you mentioned. Now, of everything that we've spoken about so far, which of these research projects that are going up are you most excited about?
That's not really a fair question. These are really all our babies, right? I mean, how do you pick your favorite child? So, I think to answer your question, it would probably be the butterfly ultrasound project. Probably because, prior to joining Trish, I worked at NASA Johnson Space Center supporting the medical devices that the astronauts use to stay healthy. And I've seen the iteration of ultrasound over the years. And so I'm really excited about this device because it's smaller, it's lighter, it's easy to use. It is fantastic. And just to see the evolution of ultrasound in spaceflight and being part of that, that's what I'm excited about. I'm most proud of. And I'm excited to see where we can go with this crew and then going into the future as well for human spaceflight.
Okej, myślę, że teraz powinno być trochę lepiej. Mogę jeszcze zwiększyć trochę czułość mikrofonu. O.
Thank you so much for joining us today. At this point, we are 3 hours and 21 minutes away from launching these experiments with the Inspiration4 crew. Let's head back over to the desk and check in with Andy.
Jimmy, Kate, thank you so much. In addition to all of the awesome science going up on today's mission, the Inspiration4 team is also using this mission to bring awareness and help fundraise for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. In 1962, the same year an American orbited the Earth for the first time, St. Jude Children's Hospital opened up in Memphis, Tennessee, committed to finding cures for kids with cancer and other life-threatening diseases, regardless of their race, ethnicity,
chciałem powiedzieć, że jeszcze muszę trochę popracować nad transmisjami, ponieważ muszę założyć takie coś, co będzie powodowało, że jak ja mówię, to transmisja z tyłu się trochę ścisza. Jeżeli ktoś by znał nawet może taki jakiś program, który to robi, to byłoby fajnie.
Some days it feels like it's never gonna stop.
It's kind of a mental war.
Dobrze, pozwólcie, że ucieknę na parę minutek, idę się napić wody i za chwilę wracam. Oczywiście transmisja zostaje.
When you go through suffering, you learn a lot about yourself. Good stuff comes out of every bad situation.
Dark circles all around my eyes. I was just out of it.
In one moment, those 3 words, you have cancer, and my whole life changed.
Without cancer, who am I?
I feel like I could do anything. I could go to college, be a nurse, be a doctor, anything.
I'm a straight A student, focusing on getting my bachelor's degree in journalism. I'm just doing one step at a time.
I would like to go in the filming industry. It's kind of always been something awesome to me, but it's gonna take some work.
While I was going through chemo, I learned how to read greens. I chipped and putted, I worked on sand shots, stuff that I would need to know. The best score I've had is an 86, but I really want to get down to 85 or less. I've been working at it, and I think that that's achievable now.
I'm not the same person I was when I first went into this. I'm a better human being and individual because I went through St. Jude. It wasn't like a hospital. It was like a fun-loving community, a family.
You and I have vowed that we will do everything in our power to bring about the defeat of these catastrophic diseases.
No dobrze, ja jestem już z powrotem. Alicja, jesteś ciągle z nami, czy już nie? No, tą ankietę zakończymy.
The Inspiration 4 mission is part of an ambitious fundraising goal to give hope to all kids with cancer and other life-threatening diseases. The goal is to raise $200 million for St. Jude. Jared committed $100 million of his own money, and the team raised almost $30 million so far, but we still got a ways to go. If you're watching on the SpaceX YouTube channel, you'll notice that there's a donation button where you can make your own contribution. Any amount, big or small, makes a big difference. So it's super easy to do, and you've got plenty of time before liftoff. So click the donate button and give what you can to help save a child's life.
Witam, Łukasz, przy okazji.
And this is super exciting. We haven't seen the crew for a little bit, but they have been busy. This is Dr. Cyan Proctor suiting up in the
No, przydałyby się jakieś zdjęcia z... O, mamy. Okej, dobra. Czyli są astronauci w budynku SpaceX prawdopodobnie, już założone mają kombinezony i będą już się przemieszczali. Teraz się zaczyna dopiero dziać.
This is the new SpaceX suit-up room in the Falcon support building.
Yes, it looks very modern, and it matches the suits of the astronauts, which I love. There is a drawing of Dragon in the background there. That is awesome.
So what we see now are the suit technicians assisting the crew to get in their spacesuits, which have all been custom fitted. Make sure that everybody is zipped up and ready to go, and most importantly, comfortable in their suits.
Yeah, all the suits are custom made for the astronauts. The chairs themselves are also custom made for the astronauts. And you'll notice that the suit technicians have some numbers on their back. There are a lot of folks in the room, and with masks and everything, sometimes it's easier just to reference folks by a number. That way the crew can get what they need quickly.
The astronaut that you see standing there on your screen, that is Commander Jared Isaacman.
Mówisz, że właśnie się zastanawiałeś, czy już są w Dragonie, czy nie. I mówisz, że to krótko przed startem wbijają się do środka. Czy tak krótko, to nie wiem, ponieważ samo ładowanie trwa paliwa prawie 45 minut. Więc no tak myślę, z 2 godziny przed startem wejdą dopiero do kapsuły. No tutaj jeszcze etapy to tutaj dokończyć przygotowywania w budynku SpaceX. No i transport do wyrzutni startowej również będzie trochę trwał. Pewnie jeszcze będzie spotkanie z szefem, tak jak to tradycyjnie bywa, czyli oczywiście z Elonem Muskiem.
For the actual mission today.
And when we say that they're custom fitted, it truly is a custom process, specifically for Haley. So as we all know, she is a survivor of pediatric cancer. She had bone cancer. I believe it was her right leg, her right knee. And when she was getting fitted up for the spacesuits, one knee was actually slightly larger than the other. And that was taken into account because, again, we want everybody to be comfortable. We want these suits to fit appropriately because that's part of the safety factor as well. So, yeah, this customization that we go through, so there's really no opportunity for anybody to switch spacesuits. That's not an option. But specifically for Haley, this was a very important feature of our spacesuits because ultimately it allowed her to have a spacesuit that will keep her safe.
Okej, ja tutaj może jeszcze dodam tekst dla osób, które by dochodziły. Sekundka.
And keeps them cool and provides them some oxygen. So it is very, very important that these suits fit them well so that they don't damage them. And again, these suits are basically like an extension or like a spacecraft in itself, right?
Exactly.
On the other hand, if you remember, like when Apollo astronauts would walk out of the ONC building, You know, they look very bulky, giant helmets, look like lots and lots of layers spacesuit. They're going either outside of the Apollo module, they'll be exposed to vacuum, they're going to be going onto the moon, doing the EVA. So that's a case where they really had to have big, bulky suits to protect them outside. These look nice and streamlined because they're going to be inside of the pressurized Dragon, yet still being able to provide a safety shell around them, just in case something happened in the capsule.
Yeah, speaking about being inside the Dragon, we got to talk a little bit more about the cupola. This mission is going to debut the brand new Dragon cupola. It is integrated on top of the Dragon vehicle. And
Sekundkę, ja jestem tylko, pracuję nad czymś.
Space. Here's a shot of it being installed. So the total viewing area is over 2,000 square inches. And again, it's the largest window ever sent to space by a factor.
Nie wiem, jak to będzie wyglądało. Możemy spróbować. Zobaczymy.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible view for the crew. I think they even mentioned that a couple people can fit inside of the cupola at one time. And you may have seen the cupola on the International Space Station. That's actually a large cupola, but it's made of multiple different pieces put together. So you don't get that continuous view. This cupola will actually allow them to get that full continuous view. And since, as John mentioned, they won't be going exterior to the Dragon, it'll almost kind of give that feel.
So on screen right now, this is some testing that we've done with the cupola, sending it through extreme temperatures.
Tutaj właśnie pokazują nam tą kupolę, o której wcześniej wam mówiłem. Przez nią będą patrzeć astronauci podczas misji.
First and foremost, safe for the astronauts and does what it needs to do while in space.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Okej, widzimy, że astronauci już są ubrani. Jeszcze ostatnie dopasowania hełmu pani Hayley Arsenault. Christopher Sembrowski.
They're having a blast. Next, right behind Hayley is Dr. Cyan Proctor, and talking to her is Chris Sembrowski. Again, Dr. Cyan Proctor is the pilot for the mission, and Chris Sembrowski is the mission specialist.
Once again, this is the SpaceX suit-up room located in what you hear is referred to as FSB, or Falcon Support Building, which is a building located just outside of the perimeter of Pad 39A. This is our new suit-up room, and while it might look like you're watching a black and white movie, it is in full color there. We can see that everything is.
Okej, za chwilkę astronauci powinni już wyjść z tego pomieszczenia, tak mi się przynajmniej wydaje, ale jeszcze będzie zdjęcie.
I have a feeling they might be lining up for a photo here.
Yeah. I also like we've got the display in the room, so they can see the Dragon capsule they're going to be headed to shortly.
Pani trzyma kamerę na kablu. Ciekawostka. Christopher Sembrowski, jak widać, jest naprawdę w bardzo dobrym humorze. Jak widać, nie jest zestresowany, przynajmniej nie pokazuje tego sobą. Pani doktor również. Tradycyjne zdjęcie.
When I got to put on my actual spacesuit, because I'd gone through several fittings over the last couple of months, and when I
zdjęcie z ekipą SpaceX.
I just couldn't believe that is what I'm going to wear on the way to space.
The idea of having a spacesuit with my name.
Następnym etapem, tutaj widzimy w prawym dolnym rogu, będzie transport do wyrzutni LC-39A.
Feeling wise, it felt very much just like the training suit. So training, consistency in training versus how we're going to fly. Spot on.
Since it's custom made for you, it's a little bit tighter, a little more snug. It's got a nicer look and feel to it, very clean.
I wish I got to keep it because I would be wearing that thing all the time. It's awesome. It fits perfectly. They did an amazing job. I love it.
Dzień dobry, Grzegorz, witamy. Tak, Łukasz, ta kopuła naprawdę jest wyjątkowa, naprawdę mi się bardzo podoba. I tak jak mówisz, wygląda to jak z filmów science fiction. W ogóle wszystko, co robi SpaceX, mam wrażenie, że to naprawdę jest jakby wzięte z filmów science fiction. To naprawdę jest coś niesamowitego. Widzimy, autka firmy Tesla już są otwarte i czekają na astronautów.
We're approaching T-3 hours and 7 minutes until liftoff of Inspiration 4.
Za chwilkę astronauci wyjdą z budynku SpaceX.
And we have 4 individuals traveling on Crew Dragon to space today. They are suited up, and we are anticipating them to walk out of the Falcon support building, hop in those Teslas that you see there on your screen, and make their final transport to pad 39A.
Yes, the pad where the vehicle is awaiting them, it's about 2 or 3 minute drive away. It's technically a walkable distance, but we're not going to make the astronauts walk in the hot Florida weather. So they get to hop back into the really cool Teslas and make a short drive to the pad.
Yeah, Andy, I don't know about you. That's about 2,000 feet from the Falcon support building up to the crown on pad 39A. So while that's less than half a mile or so, they've also got their environmental control systems. And I remember from like Apollo, when they would come out, they had these large, bulky environmental control systems, portable life support. Those weighed about 25 kilograms. So walking half a mile, carrying a 50-some pound weight. Yeah, granted, the suits are a lot lighter, environmental controls a lot lighter. I'll take the Tesla ride.
For sure.
You turn off the forward ram lights, restricted ability maneuver lights, and the masthead and range light, correct?
Pausing for some comms
sorry,
there.
Can you come back with that one more time?
I just want to confirm you turned on extra nav lights besides the side lights and the turn light. Is that correct?
Hey, yeah, we ran an auto sequence a few minutes ago to basically turn on the nav lights associated with being on DP.
Okay, that sounds good. Just wanted to verify.
No dobrze, widzę, że wszyscy czekają, aż astronauci wyjdą. Coś się stało z kamerką, ale już...
comms there, and the Inspiration 4 crew is getting ready to exit the SpaceX suit-up room, get into their Teslas just a few minutes from now, and then make their way to the launch pad.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We started this broadcast maybe an hour ago, but it seems like it's going by so quickly.
As we mentioned before, the crew is completely suited up at this point. They're going to be walking out to the Teslas, which there we can see an aerial view of the Falcon support building. Again, this is about 2,000 feet away from the launch pad itself, but we're going to allow them to drive, save some sweat. They have a more important job to do here in just a little over 3 hours.
Yeah, and these Teslas are actually designed and custom made for the spacesuits. Actually, they can hook up their umbilicals to the Teslas, and there is the Inspiration 4
I mamy
walking out of the SpaceX
załoga
suit-up room,
misji Inspiration 4 wyszła z budynku SpaceX i zaraz wejdą parami do samochodów Tesla.
And their suit tech crew
Oczywiście
also
zdjęcie
going along
przy
with them.
wyjściu
Looks
z
like they're
budynku.
taking some final photos before they hop back into those Teslas.
Oczywiście tutaj wspomnę, że cała operacja cały scenariusz był kilka razy powtarzany przez całą załogę i zespół SpaceX, a więc wiedzą dokładnie wszyscy, co mają robić, w jakim miejscu mają być, gdzie mają być i po co mają być. A więc naprawdę jest wszystko zorganizowane prawie co do sekundy.
Space car karaoke.
Hey, you never know. We might be able to see that on the camera there. And this looks like Jared Isaacman, the commander for Inspiration 4, with Chris Sombrowski, again, hooking up their umbilical ports to the Teslas. that'll keep them cool for this short ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, so the stuff that's going to be pumped through those umbilicals, while the umbilicals are used for
Czyli kogo my tutaj mamy, bo nie za bardzo widzę. To zasiadł, ale chyba Christopher Sembrowski i po lewej Jared Isaacman. Na to by wyglądało, a kobiety są w Tesli. Obok.
Yeah, the suits are super complex, and you can consider them sort of a spacecraft of their own. They actually will regulate.
Grzegorz pyta, czy start zgodnie z planem. Oczywiście, że tak. Jak na razie nic nie wskazuje na coś innego. Start godzina 2:02 czasu polskiego. Pogoda 90% na start, więc nie ma nic, nie ma przeszkód przed startem.
And both of those crews in there, we can see the Falcon wing doors closing.
Go ahead. Go ahead, water.
A few minutes out. Yes, sir. Can you catch me?
Hey, copy. Go ahead.
No i dobrze. Samochody Tesla wyjechały z budynku SpaceX i kierują się w stronę wyrzutni LC-39A. Jest godzina 23:01, 02 już teraz. Pozostały nam 3 godziny przed startem. Grzegorz mówi, że sam byś poleciał. Każdy by tutaj poleciał na taką wycieczkę w kosmos.
And they are now passing the gates at pad 39A. This is the safety perimeter at the pad.
And you can see how close that launch pad is to the Falcon support building. That was just a very, very short drive.
You got some great weather in Florida. The crew is making their way uphill and towards the crest of that hill.
Czyli załoga była bardzo blisko wyrzutni LC-39A. Myślałem, że oni są dalej trochę, że są bardziej oddaleni od wyrzutni, ale to było naprawdę parę minut drogi.
Pad 39A is the launch pad where NASA sent the first humans to the moon. This is where Apollo 11 launched from, and as well as the first ever Saturn V rocket launched from there. This is also a launch pad where the last Apollo mission launched from, Apollo 17.
Tak, dużo lepiej jest na laptopie. Możecie również oglądać na telewizorze. Tutaj pierwsza jest to moja transmisja na kanale YouTube. Uważam, że transmitowanie na YouTube ma więcej możliwości. Możemy oglądać na telefonie, na komputerze, na tablecie, ale również na telewizorze. Włączyć Facebooka na telewizorze nie jest takie proste. Nie wszyscy to potrafią, natomiast osoby, które mają Smart TV czy też dekodery z YouTube'em, mogą bez żadnego problemu oglądać naszą transmisję na telewizorze. Astronauci wysiadają z samochodów.
But the bones of the fixed service structure are still there. What we see here is a view of the elevator shaft, and this is the same elevator shaft used. These astronauts getting their first look at Falcon 9 on launch day. There it is.
Tak, oczywiście muszą zgiąć kolana, żeby się spojrzeć na rakietę Falcon 9.
Almost see the size of we're close up on the crew right now, but how far they have to lean back to look at the top of the vehicle.
Ponieważ ma ona prawie 70 metrów wysokości.
They built what's essentially a giant concrete structure on the Florida land back in the early 60s. And you've got about a 5% grade that we saw them drive uphill to get up to the crown there. But if you go over to where the Falcon 9 is, centered up above the flame bucket, that's about a 13-meter drop down to the bottom of the fire brick. So, that gives you an idea of what it takes to channel the nearly 2 million pounds of thrust.
I just want to point out, it looked like we had a team lean back there. I don't
back.
think we've seen that yet.
To widzisz, Janek, ja niestety, mając włączony mikrofon, nie mogę słuchać, co mówi komentator SpaceX, dlatego widzisz, bardzo fajnie, że tutaj powiedziałeś. Tradycyjne zdjęcie pod rakietą.
I really appreciated. I forget who pointed it out, but it was one of these four noted that each of them are in a different decade in their life. So Haley is 29. Chris Zembrowski is 41, Dr. Proctor is 51, and Jared Isaacman is 38. So they're all in a different decade in their life, and this mission has brought them together, and the camaraderie is evident pretty much
Pierwszych panie wchodzą do windy i kierują się w stronę szczytu rakiety.
Oh, just kidding.
That's happened to everyone.
So they're going to take this elevator up to the 255-foot level. And so this elevator shaft is not marked by floor levels, but rather foot levels. So they're literally riding up to 250 feet above ground. The exit of those elevators are there. And they will exit the elevators and then climb up a small set of stairs to the level above, which is where the crew access arm. The reason for this is that Falcon 9
I za chwilkę winda powinna dojechać.
the shuttle crew loading occurred. So the 255-foot level is where shuttle crew, and there they are. Dr. Simon Proctor.
Elevator.
It is. It really is. I've been in it a few times. You leave your stomach on the ground when it takes off.
Yes, so Kate, you were mentioning some of sort of the guts, so to speak, are the same. The elevator is the same, minus some maintenance and needed maintenance. And so there's a phone at the fixed service structure as well. That is also the same phone that astronauts in the Apollo days would use to make their final phone call before boarding the GRV.
Tak, wiem, że jest możliwość podłączenia słuchawek, tylko że słuchawki mam podłączone akurat do mikrofona teraz w celu słyszenia głosu, czy dobrze przechodzi.
Before hopping in their spaceship. Now it's less of a secret, but yeah, Andy, you're right. That's still the same phone. So what we see here is the crew kind of hanging out there on this level.
And again, as I've mentioned throughout this, every step of this process is written into the procedure. So they actually put in time to make sure that they have time to call a family member or friend.
Absolutely. So it looks like
Tak, stresa na pewno mają, to nie małego, ale zostali na pewno do tego wszystkiego przygotowani i myślę, że nie jest tak źle.
And if you're just now joining us, you are currently tuned into the Inspiration 4 crew mission to space. This is the very first all-civilian crew to orbit, and exiting the elevator is Chris Zembrowski, the mission specialist, with Jared Isaacman, the commander.
Panowie również dotarli przed sekundką windą. A więc mamy już wszystkich członków załogi na szczycie. I doszli.
Foreign object debris checkout, and then also assist with the side hatch close. You'll notice some markings on the floor. These are very important. In case of an emergency, this is the egress direction that the crew and support team will need to follow to make their way back down and be safe.
Yeah, these arrows actually point to what are basically slide wire emergency exits. So it's what it sounds like. It's a basket on a slide wire. They are the same baskets that were utilized again in the shuttle program. They have been repurposed and modified for safety features, and then of course raised up to this level from the 255-foot level. so only utilized in the case of an emergency. But we've been talking a lot about how the crew has been undergoing training since March, and actually egress training is part of it. So they are prepared for all nominal situations as well as off-nominal ones in the unlikely event of an emergency. And that's what those arrows are essentially pointing to, is the quickest path to safety.
What you're seeing on your screen is the Inspiration 4 crew, all 4 members standing by as each one of them gets to make their phone call on the historic phone that has been there since the Apollo missions. I think it even still has the same analog buttons on there, so no digital iPhones there. It's the original phone that they get to utilize.
Can confirm it is a rotary phone.
Love that.
Yeah, we are under the 3-hour mark now. The crew woke up about 4 hours ago, performed some medical checks. We saw them walk out of Hangar X, hopped into their Teslas, and made their way to the Falcon Support Building, where they donned the space suits that you see on screen right now. They took another ride to launch pad 39A, went up the elevator,
No i dobrze, mamy
went up a flight of stairs,
panią
and
doktor
now
i
they are making their way
Mailej,
through the crew access
które
tunnel. The
właśnie
corridor that
przechodzą
you see on
przez,
screen right now.
nazwijmy to, kładkę i kierują się w stronę kapsuły.
Hugging as they're walking. Oh, they look so excited.
So these are essentially the last steps that they will take on planet Earth for the next 3 days.
Niesamowity musi być widok ze składki. Widać, jak naprawdę są zadowolone.
They're just absolutely excited and ecstatic.
Their excitement is radiating. It's making me very excited. Yes, we're getting very close. Again, just under 3 hours until liftoff. And some dancing.
Następnym etapem będzie wejście załogi do kapsuły Dragon.
She's going to be the youngest American in space and the first with a prosthetic.
So what Haley has just entered into now is what we call the White Room, and it's an environmentally controlled room.
Tradycyjny podpis przy logu NASA.
And essentially keeps it environmentally stable for the crew. If you look just above Dr. Proctor's helmet there, you can see a seal. It's a black seal. And it basically seals in the room that gets installed and compressed against the capsule.
SpaceX tym razem, a nie przy logu NASA. No tak, logicznie, ponieważ jest to misja wyłącznie firmy SpaceX. Tutaj NASA nie ma nic z tym wspólnego.
So because this is the first orbital all-civilian mission, they're signing their names next to the X logo. For previous NASA crew missions, the NASA astronauts have signed their name there next to the NASA meatball to the left.
Yes, and all members of the crew will get an opportunity to sign. And if you are wondering, this is penciled into part of their procedures to grab the Sharpie and sign the wall.
Yep, it's actually written in for the advanced team, which is the group of people that arrive to the pad prior to the crew, and they are the advanced team prepares the pad and everything in the White Room with all the tools necessary for closeout operations. And Sharpie is one of the tools listed in the procedure for the advanced team to ensure is there prior to the crew's arrival.
And one final hug. So in the background, around the seal, you can see that is Dragon, and the side hatch is open. In a few minutes here, we will be seeing the crew enter or ingress the Dragon with the assistance of the closeout technicians.
Also affectionately known as the SpaceX Ninjas.
No i kolej panów również przechodzą przez kładkę.
and Chris
przez
and
platformę
Brodsky also making their way
i
across
kierują
the
się w stronę
arm
kapsuły
to the
Dragon.
White Room to join the rest of their crew. Also getting a moment to take in some of the sights. And it's such a nice day over there in Florida. It's
a great day.
As John mentioned earlier, we were only 10% likelihood of violating launch conditions, which is a rarity for Florida, especially this time of year. So, you know, if you've got a blue sky day like they have, you got to stop and enjoy it.
Yeah, I think, 10%, that's not only ascent weather, contingency splashdown, and planned splashdown in 3 days. So you're really having to get everything to come together. So I hope we can use this day. It looks great.
Yeah, that's a great point. So in selection and ultimately just giving the final go or no-go decision point for launch today, the splashdown weather in 3 days was also an important factor for consideration. Because that's part of the journey as opposed to missions to the International Space Station, where
No i
the
dobrze.
NASA astronauts
Pierwsza
are
osoba
typically on board
załogi
station
Inspiration
for
4
a couple of
wchodzi
months.
do
We don't have to worry about splashdown
kapsuły
weather
Dragon.
then, 'cause who knows.
W sumie to
But
już
at
nie
this
wiem,
point,
czy nie
because the
druga
astronauts are coming
osoba.
home in 3 days, we did have
Tak, to
to
już była druga
quite
osoba
a bit of evaluation for
załogi.
those splashdown conditions prior to ultimately
Albo i nie.
proceeding into
Czekajcie,
what we
zagubiłem
see
się.
today.
could see on your
Tak, to już
screen
była
that
druga osoba załogi.
Dr. Cyan, Proctor, and Haley Arsenault have ingressed the vehicle. Again, ingress is just a aerospace word for entering. They're now working on getting strapped into their seats, and it looks like Jared and Chris are awaiting their turn to ingress Dragon.
Yeah, you might have seen that one of the SpaceX ninjas, let's call it, was inspecting the floor where Dr. Cyan
Tutaj
was
oczywiście
walking,
panowie również
prior
się
to getting
podpisują
into the
nad
capsule.
logiem SpaceX.
Dragon, I have you loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning. We've got you loud and clear, too. It's a beautiful day.
It sure is. Welcome to have you aboard.
So that was Dr. Cyan Proctor just doing an initial comm check with SpaceX core Sarah Gillis back here in Mission Control. And we just saw Jared add his signature to the wall. And Jared and Chris are now getting ready to ingress to the capsule as well.
Yeah, we'll be hearing more of those comm checks as we get closer to T0. One thing to note are those beeps that you hear. Those are Quindar tones, and those help to clear the air. That way the message can be sent and received as clear as possible. But again, as we continue to get closer and march towards T0, we'll be hearing a lot of both Sarah Gillis and the astronauts communicating back and forth to make sure all systems are good for liftoff.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll hear quite a bit of communication, as you said, Andy, and the communication from Dragon.
Tak, tutaj masz dużo racji, Janek. Ma to w sumie dużo wspólnego z NASA. Tak jak mówisz tutaj, chociażby lądowisko, a w sumie tak naprawdę wyrzutnia startowa Launchpad LC-39A. I tak jak tutaj mówisz, właśnie z tej wyrzutni miały miejsce loty w kosmos, w stronę Księżyca i na Księżyc.
On your right-hand screen, we've got an inside look live inside of Dragon. We have Haley in seat number 1. She called it the window seat. Looks like she's got her 5-point harness already on. Dr. Cyan
Tutaj
Proctor
akurat w
sitting in
przypadku
seat 3. That is the
wyrzutni LC-39A ona uległa dużym zmianom, wiadomo, ponieważ musiała ona zostać dostosowana do rakiet firmy SpaceX. Wcześniej była ona dostosowana do rakiety Saturn V, przynajmniej podczas ery lotów w stronę Księżyca, podczas misji Apollo, a teraz jest ona dostosowana do Falconów 9.
And now about to ingress is Commander Jared Isaacman.
This is so exciting to finally see this crew getting into their seats. These are their customized seats inside of Dragon. Again, the spacesuit and
No
seat
dobrze,
are
czyli
basically designed
ułożenie
together,
astronautów
and they're custom
wygląda
made for each of the crew
następująco.
members. We have
Z lewej
different technicians
strony,
there to
już
help
zniknęło
get them
zdjęcie,
strapped in,
ale z lewej strony, o
get their
tutaj,
harnesses on,
mamy
get their
pana
umbilical cords
Christophera Sembrowskiego.
plugged in.
Po jego
Yeah,
lewej
these seats are
stronie,
really
czyli
interesting because
po
they
prawej,
all
tak
look
jak
the
my patrzymy,
same. However,
siedzi pani
each,
doktor
as you
Sian
mentioned, yeah, they are
Proctor.
customized basically in terms of small, medium, and large.
Po środku
In three different ways.
będzie
So there's a
siedział
bucket
pan
where you
Jared
actually sit.
Isaacman,
There's the length of the footrest as well as the length of the armrest.
a
So
po skrajnej
each of those three
prawej
components are all
siedzi pani
sized,
Hayley
small, medium, and
Alseno.
large, basically to help make sure that each crew member can fit comfortably in their seat and safely.
It's a really cool view of the side hatch. If you look closely on the right thigh of everyone's spacesuit, there's a port. It's a black port. Jesse mentioned an umbilical. That is where the umbilical will plug into each of the crew's respective suits from the chair. And again, this houses the electronics, things like communication, as well as air in the form of nitrox.
And what we see there is the iPad that Dr. Proctor will use throughout flight, like we mentioned before. She is the pilot. And what we'll see shortly is the rotation of the seats.
No dobrze, moi drodzy, ja za chwilkę wrócę, więc wyłączę mikrofon, ale oczywiście zostawiam Was z transmisją. Za chwilę będę.
Yeah, I think when we do we've got the same camera angle we've seen before when we get seat rotation. Also gives you an idea of the cargo that's underneath.
Yeah.
That they'll be using during their 3-day orbits around the Earth. So they'll get access to that, be able to unpack it, get out the experiments, get out dinner, things like that.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the cargo beneath the crew in this vehicle right now, Dragon can carry up to 7 passengers. For today's mission, we only have 4 crew members, so it's only configured with 4 seats. So where the 3 additional seats are, we have replaced it with a stowage for cargo.
Which is super important for this mission because, like we said before, they're stuck inside Dragon the whole time. There's no getting out this time.
Yep.
Also, Jesse, you mentioned Haley's got the window seat. Just to go back a little bit in history, Dragon from the very beginning was designed with a window seat. In fact, when they show shots of us here on the mezzanine, we've got the first recovered Dragon right behind us. And so we put windows in that, not because cargo needed a window to look out.
The block of cheese.
But the block of cheese on the second Falcon 9 Dragon flight that came back. But we wanted to show that we could do space-qualified windows early on because we knew when we finally got around to the Dragon version with people on board, that they're going to want to look out and see what it's like.
And honestly, if you've been following along with the NASA crew missions that have been going on up at the space station, my absolute favorite views that we've gotten over the last over a year now that we've been operational with NASA crew to the space station have been pictures of the astronauts that they have taken from inside Crew Dragon, looking through that window and seeing space beyond.
Dobrze, jestem z powrotem. Zerknę jeszcze szybko na komentarze. Pani Wiesława napisała, ja też chcę lecieć z nimi. Może znajdzie się jakiś ekstra fotel. Podobają mi się te nowoczesne skafandry. Technika zrobiła niesamowity skok do przodu. Janek odpowiedział, to prawda, SpaceX zmienia kosmos. Nic dodać, nic ując, wszystko Janek powiedziałeś. A czy znajdzie się jakiś ekstra fotel? Może nie podczas tej misji.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a very, very popular spot on Dragon while they're in orbit.
Prime real estate for sure.
A więc tak, za chwilę Wam powiem, jak planuję dalszą transmisję, tylko chwileczkę, muszę jeszcze na chwilę odejść. Chwilkę.
The bottom half of the Dragon vehicle is the trunk. There is a sort of a dark side and a lighter side. The dark side are solar panels, which will draw energy from the sun to keep Dragon powered throughout their mission. But this is super cool because you see the exterior and then inside is the crew having a jolly old time.
No dobrze, a więc mówiłem, że powiem Wam, jak to będzie teraz wyglądało. Za jakieś 5-10 minut ja pójdę odpocząć, zdrzemnąć się tak z parę godzinek i parę godzinek, 2 godzinki niecałe, ponieważ wrócę do Was wtedy o godzinie 1:10, 1:15 i wtedy już zostanę oczywiście aż do startu. Już tłumaczę chociażby dlaczego się muszę zdrzemnąć. Po prostu jutro muszę o 7:30 wyjść z domu i na cały dzień od 7:30 aż do 18:00 z hakiem, a więc no dlatego się zdrzemnę, dlatego jestem trochę zmęczony. Ale jeszcze z Wami zostaję. Jeżeli macie jakieś pytania, to piszcie w komentarzach oczywiście i na nie odpowiem.
We haven't seen the over-the-shoulder shot where you can pick up the crew displays, and you get more of that once they rotate them into position. But one of the things that you're just struck even looking at this, if you've been to the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, for example, and you've looked, at the Apollo command module, Apollo 11, or even some of the older hardware, it's how clean it is in there. You look back, Apollo had, I think at last count, about 566 switches.
Oh, wow.
Mechanical switches, so you had to have the gloves, you had to be able to toggle them. And we've seen a lot of stuff in history where somebody throws the right switch at the right time and the mission keeps going.
Jeszcze zerknę, czy nigdzie nie mam ewentualnej dokładnej rozpiski, jak to wszystko będzie wyglądało, wiecie? A fajnie, jakbym coś takiego znalazł, to bym wiedział mniej więcej, co o której godzinie się dzieje.
I wonder if he's having flashbacks to centrifuge training right now.
Except now he's got 3 friends next to him in the cabin, so.
Yeah, actually, hopefully that'll make this trip a little easier for them to be right next to each other.
So
one other thing, sorry to interrupt.
I was just going to say there on the left, Dr. Cyan Proctor, the pilot for today's mission, and Commander Jared Isaacman on the right.
One thing that also strikes me is when you watch some of the videos of the shuttle launches, the shuttle essentially had astronauts on multiple levels. So you have the commander and the pilot up at the very nose of the shuttle, with all of the switches, everything around them.
Niestety nie jestem w stanie znaleźć dokładnego harmonogramu, jak będzie wszystko wyglądało. Harmonogram, który SpaceX nam zaproponował, rozpoczyna się 45 minut przed startem, a więc nie mamy informacji o etapach przed startem. No dobrze, moi drodzy, w takim razie ja idę się zdrzemnąć. Tak jak mówiłem, wracam o godzinie 1:10, 1:15 i wtedy jestem z powrotem z Wami na oglądanie startu pierwszej załogowej misji SpaceX, pierwszej turystycznej załogowej misji SpaceX. Jeszcze dodam tekst, że głos powróci około 1:15.
Perform a quick swipe of the visor closure area on Chris and cyan, just to make sure that there was no FOD there in the seal in preparation for when they closed the visors prior to liftoff.
Okej. I komentarz po polsku od godziny 1:15.
So we mentioned before that the crew has undergone immense amounts of training since they were
I myślę, że przeszło już na wasz ekran.
And I mentioned
Jeszcze
before
chwilkę
the
zaczekam.
centrifuge training. They've also done a zero-G flight. They trained in fighter pilots as fighter pilots in ex-military jets to simulate even more G-forces. And one thing that we did recently was a full dress rehearsal with the
pokazało
crew
się.
just on
Komentarz po
Sunday.
polsku od
So
godziny
the crew got fully suited
1:15.
up, and they entered Dragon just as we see them now. But today must feel so different to them because
No dobrze, moi drodzy, ja was w takim razie zostawiam. No i do usłyszenia za godzinę z hakiem, za niecałe 2 godzinki. Oczywiście transmisja pozostaje i nic się nie zmienia, po prostu nie będzie mojego głosu do godziny 1:15. W takim razie do usłyszenia i zapraszam o 1:15. Miłej drzemki.
Speaking of the suits that you see the crews don right now, we definitely took safety, comfort, and style into consideration. Let's take a look at how these were made.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. So the suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit-seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuit is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Hawthorne, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule. The spacesuit is custom-made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate, and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit, provides them hearing protection, and the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides the avionics or electronics for communications. It's providing the air to cool the suit.
Good morning, Dragon. I have you loud and clear. How me?
I hear you loud and clear, Sarah.
And copy that, Jared. Let me know when you all are ready for comm checks.
In SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for our comm checks.
Copy that. Stand by for umbilical comm check. Commander, pilot, MS1, MS2, comm check.
And Brooke has you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear as well.
Leo has you loud and clear. How me?
I have you loud and clear, Leo.
Nova has you loud and clear. How me?
Loud and clear, Nova.
Hanks has you loud and clear. Sarah, how me?
And Hanks, I have you loud and clear as well. Umbilical comm checks complete. Stand by for ground station comm checks. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
And Dragon has you loud and clear. How many?
Core loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for Tetris comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
And Dragon has you loud and clear. How many?
Core loud and clear. Tetris comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. MD, how many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. MD, how many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. LD, how many?
LD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear. LD, how many?
LD loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX. Launch configuration comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
And copy that, SpaceX. Step into section 2. SpaceX, Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
We're T-minus 2 hours, 23 minutes, and 12 seconds, counting down for what is planned to be an on-time launch T0 tonight is 8 hours, 2 minutes, 56 seconds p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, or just about 3 minutes after midnight Universal Time. Right now we're looking at a view of the Inspiration 4 crew. They're all in the capsule.
SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
And we are moving into seat rotation now. Everybody is anchored in the seat with the belts. We've done final checks, make sure they are all buttoned up and ready to go. And what we're going to do now is send command to the motor actuators under the seat. It'll rotate the 4 crew. Chris there on the left having a little fun there. They'll rotate them up into the launch position, which also gets them access to the launch displays that are overhead. I think right now they're also just waving out through the hatch at the ingress team that is now moved out of the way to make sure. And now the seats are rotating. This just takes several seconds to get them in position.
The launch position.
And there you heard a call out from Core to the Dragon crew. So the team's now in final position. We're right now in the countdown. Typically this comes at about T-minus 2 hours, 15 minutes. So the good news is we're running about 6 minutes ahead of the countdown. Next major activities up in the Dragon area will be just verifying everything is ready for closeout. We'll be doing leak checks of the suits. We'll be closing the hatch, doing leak checks of the capsule hatch. And eventually T-minus 1 hour.
For awareness, our closeout lead is going to be climbing in to look at something on the cargo pallet, just for awareness.
And copy that, Sarah.
And that's one of the examples. The closeout team is still there. They can still get inside the capsule. The hatch is open. And so they'll be able to check to see if everything is tied down correctly, nothing's loose in the cargo that's underneath the seats. But as I was saying, at T-minus 1 hour, the plan is the team will leave the crew access arm. They'll get out of the blast danger area, and that'll leave just the Inspiration 4 folks on top of the Falcon 9 for the last 50 minutes or so of the countdown as we prepare to head to space. Status right now, everything continues to look good. Falcon 9 has been quiet since we started the webcast. It'll start to pick up at T-minus 2 hours. We've got a few flight termination system checks that we go through. The biggies will come at about T-minus 1 hour when we're doing Merlin engine checks on the first and second stage, making sure engines are primed in with fuel. And then we'll carry the countdown from there as is typical. So a lot will pick up there. Dragon is pretty much in the mechanical activity right now. Earlier this afternoon, just around T-minus 4 hours, the Draco thrusters, these are the ones that are used for steering, orbit adjust, and to deorbit the capsule. We opened valves and pressurized the manifolds, so the Draco thrusters are in a flight pressurized configuration. And pretty much right now it is just getting the crew ready and getting the hatch closed and getting off of the pad. On the weather front, no new information other than the weather continues to look good. We've been talking about it. In addition, we are beginning to release balloons to measure the upper altitude winds, but everything is looking good in that case. So right now, the weather, the range, Falcon 9 Dragon, and the crew of Inspiration 4 all looking good for an on-time launch in just under 2 hours, 19 minutes.
And shortly, the crew will perform some suit leak checks, and these suit leak checks are a part of a series of checks to make sure that the crew is in great shape before liftoff. However, there is one check that some of us at SpaceX thought was missing from the process. It's a very important one, so we thought we should clear it up now before we go any further.
All right, if I had to choose between Star Wars, Star Trek, and then one of my other favorites is Stargate as G1, I would rather trek across the universe than fight my way.
I've heard, are you a Star Wars guy? Are you a Star Trek guy? those used to be true. I really think I'm a Battlestar Galactica guy, to be honest.
There's no question it's Star Wars. I'm a Star Wars fan, for sure. I would say that if I had to guess, it's a split crew between Star Wars and Star Trek. I don't know if anyone else would have dropped Battlestar Galactica. I don't know on that one.
Can't beat Captain Adama.
I think Jared is Star Wars. Cyan is Star Wars. Chris is the wild card, but I think he's Star Wars.
Oh, Jared is definitely Star Wars. I think Chris is probably Star Trek, but I'm not 100% sure. And I would think that Haley, she's the youngest, so I think maybe Star Wars. I think Star Trek is too old for her.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 3, suit check preparation.
I kind of am. I'm a medical officer, so.
I don't know if we're like completely unified around that. I mean, there is other, sci-fi, spacey stuff that comes before Star Trek.
Okay.
They don't know they're wrong. Like they'll learn that over time. Like.
I just love that. And I gotta say, that kind of sounded a little Sith Lord-esque from Jared there. But I'm with Jared. I'm Team Star Wars all the way.
Yeah, I think I'm staying clear from all the discussions. I'm a casual fan of both, but I know there's passionate fans on both sides. I like them both.
Well, in my case, we're just listening. They're getting ready for suit leak checks. If you look in modern day, every day, I was reading the paper over the weekend, and I saw the new film museum here in Los Angeles. Part of that was described as the Death Star. On the other hand, on the next page in the paper, they're talking about a mansion up in the hills here above LA as the Starship Enterprise. So you kind of got an equal. But in my case, showing my age, I saw the first Star Trek episode on September 6th of 1966. So I'm Star Trek.
Star Trek for John. Can I pick Mandalorian? Is that okay?
Technically Star Wars, I think.
It's the baby Yoda for me.
Yes, there it is. That one wins over a lot of hearts.
There's nothing wrong with that. So if you've just tuned in, the crew are in their seats. As you can see, they're buckled in. The seats have been rotated back to the launch position. They've undergone comm checks. And everybody, it's hard to see from this angle right here, but there's been a lot of camaraderie and a lot of big old smiles on their faces.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to make note of, we saw the crew respond back to Sarah Gillis, the core, with their call signs. So Jared is Rook, Dr. Cyan is Leo, Haley is Nova, and Chris is Hank. So we might hear some names get interchanged, but they got those call signs when they were doing their jet fighter training, which is a really cool sentence to say. Who else gets to do jet fighter training?
Right, that's very exciting. So only 553 humans have been to orbit, and most of those traveled as part of government or country-specific missions. As a result, the research conducted on those missions, particularly as it relates to humans in space, is often only accessible by the country or government that conducted the research. Now think about the possibilities if the data from all those missions could be made available to the broader science community for research. Inspiration 4 is a step in that direction.
Once in orbit, the crew of Inspiration 4 will conduct research that has the potential to improve human health here on Earth and for all future space travelers. All biomedical data collected during the mission, things like heart rhythm and rate, blood oxygen saturation, and other things, will be accessible through an open data repository and available for research.
To that end, SpaceX and the Inspiration 4 crew are partnering with TRISH, the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, to collect data and biological samples from the crew before, during, and after this historic spaceflight. Part of NASA's Human Research Program, TRISH is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive science and medical technology in order to reduce health and performance.
Four good suits.
Copy that, Dragon. We see the same. The closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. Please report when ready to close the hatch.
Sounds like suit leak checks have been completed. And Trish is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive...
Copy that, SpaceX. We're ready for side hatch closure when you are.
Copy that, Dragon.
Pausing for comms. Disruptive science and medical technology in order to reduce health and performance risks in space explorers.
Yeah, as we're getting ready to close out the side hatch, let's check in with Kate to take a closer look at the experiments the Inspiration4 crew will conduct during their 3 days in orbit.
Thanks, Andy. I'm joined now by Diana Dial from our space operations team here in Hawthorne, and we're going to take a closer look at the research that the Inspiration4 crew will be conducting on orbit.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for having me, and great to be here. We're going to be talking about some of the biomedical research experiments that'll be flying on Inspiration4 today. So off the bat, why are we even doing this? Obviously, our goal is to make spaceflight accessible and safe to everybody. And that means making sure that we understand what happens to the human body when folks go to space. Plus, with a lot of these experiments, we're also getting a better understanding of how to revolutionize healthcare here on Earth.
Now, that seems kind of like an interesting point because a lot of people assume that science done in space doesn't have anything to do with those of us that are still on planet Earth. So can you tell us a little bit about some of the things we see here and how they'll benefit not only us, those of us in space, but also those of us on Earth?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so off the bat, the technologies that we use for space, particularly for medicine, are actually miniaturized, they're mobile, and they can be used by non-physician or non-medically trained individuals. So that means that we can expand access to places where otherwise it's super remote, you might not have a medical provider, and these same technologies that we're going to be using, for example, on Inspiration4, we use in remote care environments here on Earth.
And that handheld portion seems super important because
Absolutely.
in space, weight is everything. So I believe this is an ultrasound reader. And if you're familiar with ultrasound machines, they're usually much bigger and require a lot of training to operate and not possible to go to space. But this is actually what's going to be on board Dragon today.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the butterfly ultrasound. Normally, you guys may be familiar with an ultrasound that you see at the hospital, and it'll be about the size of this table. But this ultrasound device is not only handheld, portable, but also, as we said, can be used by a non-medically trained individual. So during Inspiration4, our astronauts are actually going to be doing medical imaging while in space to better understand how body fluids change in the microgravity environment.
Now, in terms of the other things that we have on the table, I feel like, well, obviously the glasses are the coolest looking. We'll get to those. But how does this actually, like, how do they read when they're viewing, the ultrasound themselves? How do they actually get a readout for that?
Sure. So essentially, this ultrasound just plugs into an iPad or an iPhone. And essentially what they do is they'll plug it in, they'll use a little bit of gel, and then actually be able to apply it to themselves to visualize a number of organ systems in the body. So, for example, due to the fluid shifts in space, we want to make sure that we understand how blood flow moves in the microgravity environment, what happens to the bladder, for example, when it comes to urinary retention, and also we want to see how those fluid shifts could affect, for example, intracranial pressure. And so one of the analogous things that we'll be measuring is ultrasound on the eye. So all of these can be measured super easily using this just plugged in to an iPad or a phone.
And of course, that's important because intracranial fluid impacts vision, and vision changes while you're in space.
Absolutely.
Now, I want to get to the glasses.
Yeah.
They look like fun 3D glasses, but there's no 3D movies on this particular Dragon mission. So can you tell us a little bit about what those are used for and how they're helpful?
Yeah, absolutely. So while these look like a very cool prop, they are in fact for science. So what these glasses do is essentially a number of neurovestibular type of tests. So rewind, when we're here on Earth, our body is adapted to the gravity environment. And that means that folks essentially are able to orient to where they are located in physical space based on connection between the eyes, the inner ears, and the brain. And so what you do with this test is actually put on these glasses. And because
Can I try them on?
Yeah, absolutely. And so as you can see, Kate not only looks really cool, and everything's purple, but if you are to just use one at a time, the idea is that we're actually able to lateralize and localize different halves of the neurovestibular system to better understand when folks are doing a specific set of tests while wearing these glasses, how their adaptation to the spaceflight environment affects how they feel oriented and potentially might have space motion sickness, might feel dizzy or nauseous while they're in microgravity, and then once they return back to Earth.
So in terms of how, like, if I put these glasses on, how are you actually testing what I'm seeing?
Sure. So what would happen is that they would wear these glasses. They'll actually be doing some tests on something like this iPad. And then the results of those tests tell us basically which side and potentially more about what's going on with their neurovestibular system. Again, both in flight and then when they return.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Diana Dial from our Space Ops team here at SpaceX in Hawthorne. Thank you so much for joining us and showing us firsthand some of the science that the Inspiration4 crew will be getting up to over the next 3 days. Let's check back in with Andy to see what's happening out on that pad.
Thanks, Kate and Diana. Super cool experiments. So right now, over the next couple minutes, the crew will be completing final inspections of the spacecraft, followed by hatch close. And so the crew is doing a sweep inside of Dragon to make sure there isn't any foreign object debris, what we like to refer to as FOD. Basically, anything that doesn't belong, that shouldn't be inside Dragon, we want to make sure that that is not there anymore. So right now is a view of the Dragon capsule and the crew access arm to the right-hand side. The Inspiration4 crew members are inside the top section of the Dragon capsule right now. And for those that are just joining us, this is a view from Kennedy Space Center in Florida off of historic launch pad 39A. We are about 2 hours away from liftoff. Everything is looking great today. Weather is looking great, and the crew has just been nothing but a bundle of joy since leaving the hangar, and super excited to be on a part of the mission.
It's crazy to think that, Andy, like you said, this is historic. It's pad 39A at Kennedy, and we can see the Atlantic Ocean there off the coast. And it's really crazy to think that, you know, just in the, what was 1969 was whenever we launched Apollo 11, which was, of course, the first mission that actually landed on the moon. And here we are a few decades later, I should say, launching the first orbital all-civilian crew. And we keep saying all-civilian, and what that really means is non-professional astronauts. So people like us four, and that are now going to space from the very same ground that, you know, Apollo 11 launched from decades ago. And it's, you know, just this transition and evolution of human spaceflight is so awesome to see. And of course, you know, we have a beautiful picture perfect background today. And it's just pretty incredible. And we're very thankful that we're able to, you know, introduce the next era of human spaceflight from this ground. You know, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, and everyone inside that capsule knows that as well.
Yeah, we talked about the Apollo missions and the Space Shuttle missions. Since SpaceX took over the lease in 2014, we have also been making a little bit of history ourselves. In 2018, we debuted the Falcon Heavy rocket test flight. And for those that remember, that launched Starman.
Yeah.
And Starman is out there right now in his Tesla, exploring space.
Listening to David Bowie.
Listening to David Bowie. Last year, we also returned... Last year, we also returned crewed flight from American soil with the Demonstration 2 mission with Bob and Doug. And we also had our first operational crew mission last November as well. So
yeah, and that's actually
to march forward.
And that's actually the capsule that's flying today.
Yes.
That first operational crew mission, Crew 1, which launched in November 2020, that is the same capsule that the Inspiration4 crew is flying in today. We like to refer to it as certified pre-owned.
Yeah, and everything that Kate and Andy just mentioned, you know, without all of that, we wouldn't be here today. And it's incredible to think that literally our 4 all-civilian crew members are sitting in the Dragon capsule right now, about to make the next step in human spaceflight. You know, we've always talked about, even before we were flying crew, that we always wanted to turn rockets into airplanes. Like, how do we turn, how do we turn such a difficult, costly flight into a more affordable and more often flight? And this is one step closer to that major step today, and just so exciting that we're actually here.
Absolutely. Yeah, reusability really is the thing that unlocks access to space. And personally, I am super excited for more people to be able to experience space because there's something known as the overview effect. And that's essentially the effect that humans experience when they're able to look back upon planet Earth from a different perspective. And I honestly believe that, the more people that get to experience that, the better off planet Earth will be, as well as the human civilization.
Yeah, Dragon today is going to be flying 4 people. It can hold up to 7, so hopefully in the near future we'll see 7 folks flying in Dragon. It is, again, the first private spacecraft to take humans to the space station, and will be the first private spacecraft to ever take an all-civilian crew to space and orbit. So we've got a really cool animation here of our Dragon vehicle.
So as we mentioned before, the pressurized section, the section that we actually see the crew in, is there at the top. The nose cone will open up and reveal the cupola, the observation dome, and we'll can't wait to see all the exciting views that they're going to see from there. And then if you look at the bottom portion, which the lighter side is reflecting towards us, we'll call it the Jedi side, and then the dark side now. I told you, Team Star Wars all the way. The dark side, which is actually the solar panels, which are one of my favorite things. We build them in-house here at SpaceX, integrate them onto the trunk, and that trunk will not be making its journey home. Unfortunately, that is not one of the reusable components of Dragon. It will be jettisoned prior to the capsule's re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere.
The capsule is what the crew will live in for the next 3 days. The volume of the Dragon is about 328 cubic feet. So once they're in space and in microgravity, they'll be able to utilize that entire space. And with the cupola, they'll actually get just a little bit more room. They get a little bit more volume inside of that capsule.
Yeah, the Dragon capsule itself also is outfitted with some engines. We have 16 Draco engines built into Dragon. We also have 8 Super Draco engines built into 4 separate pods. Super Draco engines are used as part of the launch escape system. We actually disarm that after we get into orbit. When we're in space, the Draco engines take over, and that will do a number of things. Micro adjustments in orbit, as also raising the orbit altitude later on after they depart from the second stage of Falcon 9.
Yeah, so you mentioned orbit there. Dragon is actually going to be orbiting higher than the International Space Station and higher than the Hubble telescope. It'll be orbiting at about 575 kilometers. And like we mentioned before, that observation dome is brand new to this mission. And from that height, views from the space station are amazing, but this crew is going even further. In fact, I think we have some footage of the cupola, and which is one of my favorite things now on Dragon. It's just a gorgeous piece of hardware. Like I said, it's brand new to this mission.
Dragon, SpaceX, stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Please ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
And copy that, SpaceX standing by.
There on your screen, we can see the pad closeout team closing the side hatch, which is one of the last visual things that we'll see here in the crew access arm.
The crew looks so excited. I think every little milestone, even if it's within 5 minutes, they get very excited. And I think they know what to expect. They've practiced this so many times. This is the real thing right now. So this is the real hatch closure before they lift off And they will close the hatch, inflate a seal, they'll torque the hatch down and then perform some leak checks on that hatch.
Yeah, they'll inflate that seal and hold pressure to it for a few minutes and monitor that pressure to make sure that there's no leakage. And once we get confirmation of that, they'll basically put on the door on the door. It's a small piece that will actually go on where that torquing area is, which you can sort of see it there behind the closeout lead number 9 there on the right-hand side. But yeah, this process can take a few minutes, so they must be super excited. They can still hear the voices of the closeout team, but they can't go to space just yet. We're just under T-minus 2 hours until that happens.
Now, Kate, as you mentioned, T-minus 2 hours. In the timeline, they're right on the timeline. The plan was T-minus 2 hours to initiate the closing of the hatch. So the good news is on the Dragon side, everything's running just as planned. Falcon 9 side, again, folks checking in on station, but still fairly quiet on the launch vehicle for about another hour. And not to dwell on negative, but we have had, in the case of one of the NASA crew missions, we closed the hatch. I think there's a little bit of debris got caught in the seal. We caught that, we opened it up. So there's even time in the procedure to be able to reopen the hatch if we have to, clean things up a little bit, close it, and retest it again. That's why we've got all the way until T-minus 1 hour before the SpaceX egress team there that you see finally has to get off of the pad.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that was Crew 1 that occurred on.
Does look like that closeout tech is cleaning the hatch doorway there to make sure that there is no debris or FOD there.
You know, going back to something we talked about a little bit ago, the orbit of Inspiration 4, 575 kilometers higher than essentially any Americans have been since the Apollo flights to the moon. And before that, a couple of Gemini flights got up to about that altitude. But this is fairly rarefied air, so to speak, that the crew's going to. And one of the questions of Jared when they were picking the mission design was, why 575? You know, why don't you want to go, you know, typically we've been launching into 300 kilometers or so. But one of the purposes of this is to inspire. And you go a step beyond what we have done before. And so Inspiration 4, the 4th flight with people out of the U.S., or as Chris said, 39A, that's where Americans leave to go to space. And here they are today. And of course, Inspiration 4 representing the 4 crew members who are on board this mission.
Yeah, you make a good point with the fact that Jared wanted to inspire, and he's doing that in another way as well. You know, if you're watching on YouTube, you might notice that there is a donation button for St. Jude Children's Hospital. We are fundraising money for research and cures for childhood cancer, pediatric cancer, which is very near and dear to this particular mission. The individual that's seated on the far right-hand side of your screen there, that's Haley Arsenault. She is 29, and she actually is a pediatric cancer survivor. She had bone cancer when she was about 10 years old and had a surgery to remove it and underwent very intense treatment. During that process, she decided that she wanted to grow up and be a medical professional and work at St. Jude. And that's what she does now. She's a physician's assistant there. And she is representing the pillar of hope on today's mission.
Right, and this mission is a fundraising event. So if you are watching, as Kate said, on YouTube, there is a donation button. So please donate what you can. We've so far raised about $133,000 on the YouTube channel so far.
So if you've just recently joined us, on the right-hand side of your screen there is the Inspiration 4 crew. They are in their seats. The seats have been rotated back to launch position. They have undergone comms and leak checks. And the view on your right is the Dragon capsule. That's where they're seated inside of that conical section. And we are awaiting a liftoff here in 1 hour and 53 minutes. Right now, the crew there inside that crew access arm is pressurizing the side hatch and basically working through the process to close the side hatch, lock it up, and retract the crew access arm.
Right now, we're just inside T-minus 1 hour, 53 minutes. Major activity coming up here as we are working the closing of the side hatch and then the leak check. Roughly about the same time, we ought to hear another series of communications checks. Earlier, we heard 3 comm checks from the crew down through the umbilical, which is the electrical line that connects the ground to the spacecraft. Then they also did a comm check over radio frequency to our ground stations there at Cape Canaveral. And then we also did a communications check through NASA's tracking and data relay satellites that are up in geosynchronous orbit, which we'll use during the mission. But one last group still to talk to is the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch team. So right now we've got hatch closed. You can see everybody peering at it, making sure the seams look good. And then we'll wait to start a clock and see that the hatch closure is good. And at the same time, listen to the crew eventually talk to Falcon 9 launch team. As we go past liftoff, you will hear call-outs. Falcon 9 avionics, guidance navigation and control engineer, propulsion engineer will be reading out status, and that'll be actually going from the firing room 4 up to the crew to let them know that things are looking good. So we're going to do a comm check to make sure all of those engineers can also talk to the crew and that each other can hear. Meanwhile, as we wait for comm checks and confirmations that the side hatch closure is checked out, successful, in the area we've got Falcon 9 team is clearing the flight hazard and the flight caution area, T-minus 2 hours. These are larger areas around the Complex 39A. So roadblocks are down.
Dragon SpaceX, we are commencing health checks for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
And copy that, SpaceX, standing by.
Yeah, we're going to do a quick check here that's planned on Dragon. This just changes what we call a command sequence on Dragon. They're not actually opening the side hatch and then going back to close it. That just changes states in their displays. But as I mentioned, we are clearing hazard and caution areas. No indications of any issues right now. We'll wrap that up in another half an hour or so. Falcon 9's looking good right now. Dragon obviously looking good. And the weather continues to cooperate. What we all like to talk about, but you can't do anything about it. With that, Andy, how are things looking on your end?
Yeah, our crew today, Jared, Cyan, Haley, and Chris have been training for this journey pretty much ever since the announcement that they had all been selected as crewmates for the Inspiration 4 mission back in March. What's super cool is that they're going through the same Dragon training as our NASA astronauts. And to prepare the Inspiration 4 crew for their mission, our teams at SpaceX have spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in space, and even running simulations of what a full mission could look like while seated inside of Dragon.
The Inspiration 4 crew has completed numerous simulations, including a 30-hour and 12-hour end-to-end simulation in our Dragon trainer. They trained not only at SpaceX, but they also did some centrifuge training, they flew fighter jets, and there's a photo from their fighter jet experience.
Yeah, I love the name that Haley got, the G Monster, because she pulled 8 Gs in the fighter jet, and she wanted it.
Right.
She's an absolute adventurer. I love it.
Yeah, that looked super exciting. They also completed a zero-G flight, which simulated microgravity for a very short period of time, but there's a photo of them flying high there.
They all look like they're superheroes.
Right. Love it. They also climbed Mount Rainier in Washington together, which was a tough hike, 10-hour hike up the mountainside. But it looks like from that photo, they're almost enjoying themselves.
Yes. I believe it was a pretty strenuous hike up, and they also camped up there for several days at a ridge on Mount Rainier.
And then they even signed a Falcon 9 booster, which is their booster that is currently on the pad. And you can see them standing in front of the booster with their signatures there. Tradition started by the Crew 2 members that they are following in their footsteps with this. It's pretty incredible to see them. This team has studied nearly 100 different training lessons covering all aspects of the mission. At the end of training each week, the crew recorded video diaries of their experiences. In their own words, here's the crew talking about their various training over the last 6 months.
Jared Isaacman here, Commander Inspiration 4, and we're like 4 months and a day away from our intended launch date.
This week was really intense because we had a lot of the systems. We got to go into the sim.
Going through some CRM training and looking at what the mission overview is going to look like.
Talked a lot about teamwork and the SpaceX culture.
Week 2 of training at SpaceX complete. This was a heavy week.
I just completed another week at SpaceX, and it was intense.
A lot of good building blocks. So you start in the beginning of the week with smaller things like losing comms to, okay, some circumstances are not so good, and then some get really bad where you have to plan an emergency deorbit, which we initiate ourselves in that.
But man, challenging. I didn't realize how much upper body strength I need, so I need to hit the gym the next couple of months and build up some more muscles.
Today was my favorite day of training because today was the medical training day.
Learn some more about some of the medical experiments we're going to be working with and helping to advance what we know about humans in spaceflight.
We've all contributed all sorts of fluids now to the greater scientific cause.
But the best part is we all got in our spacesuits together.
We got to wear spacesuits, strap into the simulator, and feel like we were actually going to space.
Hello again, Chris here, and it's August 2nd, 2021, 44 days from our launch here in September. Everything keeps going to plan, and it's been an incredible week last week, working with SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
This spacesuit that I got fitted for about 7 months ago, I actually get to see and try on and do a bunch of maneuvers in to make sure that it's comfortable and that I can move. And I am just so excited for this because, I mean, this is the spacesuit I'm going to wear leaving the planet.
I'm just so honored and thankful and grateful to be a part of this historic mission and a part of the SpaceX team.
Y'all are working so hard to get to Mars and beyond. We want to provide great data, and we're really excited to be part of this.
All right, well, thanks everybody for a fantastic time here in Hawthorne, and also down at Kennedy. We've been doing training down there as well, so really appreciate everything you guys been doing.
This is my final call here from SpaceX, so Rook signing off.
Please begin the comm check with the crew.
Dragon, GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, GNC. How many?
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by propulsion.
And what you're hearing right now, comm checks.
Dragon, prop on countdown. Comm check.
Between Dragon and the Falcon 9 launch team in firing room 4.
Prop, loud and clear. Godspeed. Have a good flight today. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon and avionics on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, avionics. How many?
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for the comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Say that again.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, ground segment. How many?
Ground segment, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon, as you loud and clear, launch control, how many?
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, chief engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, first, how many?
Have you loud and clear. Have a great flight. This completes our comm check.
Just inside T-minus 1 hour and 43 minutes. We've heard the comm checks between the Inspiration 4 crew up in the Dragon capsule, up at the very top on the picture at the left, behind where the crew access arm is. That's where Dragon is with the crew right now. They're talking to the Falcon 9 launch team, located in Firing Room 4, just a few miles just west of the launch pad. Got a great view out the windows. Earlier we saw a picture of the crew signing their names on the booster that has flown to space a couple of times, and that's an example of reusability of the Falcon 9. And we've talked reusability several times in the webcast, and our boss Elon Musk, he's made it clear for years and years, the holy grail of space travel, what opens up space for humanity to become a spacefaring civilization, is reusability. Without it, spaceflight is just not affordable. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, if you threw the airplane away after every flight, no one would be flying anywhere. So each step in SpaceX's history has been focusing on incorporating reusability step by step into our designs. First with Falcon 1, people may not remember, we did want to try to get the Falcon 1 first stages back so that we could look at them, not fly them again. We rolled that into Falcon 9, into Dragon, and now as we're going forward, even Starship program where everything there is reusable. So that's the holy grail. We've been attacking it a piece at a time. We're almost there in today's flight. We're reflying both Dragon and the Falcon 9 first stage.
Yeah, the Inspiration 4 mission will launch today on SpaceX's proven and reliable Falcon 9 rocket, as John just mentioned. The booster that's flying today previously supported the GPS 3-4 mission for our Space Force customer in November 2020, as well as the GPS 3-5 launch in June of earlier this year. To date, SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket has completed 138 total launches, with over half of those on reflown rockets. As for the Dragon spacecraft flying today, as I've mentioned before, it previously flew on the NASA Crew 1 mission in November of 2020. And overall, Dragon spacecrafts have completed 27 missions, including 25 visits to the International Space Station, 10 of those visits on reflown Dragons. So reusability,
Dragon, SpaceX, we have a good side hatch leak check.
And copy that, SpaceX. Good side hatch leak check.
All right, that is great news. That was just confirmation that the leak check that they performed on the side hatch, everything is good. So that side hatch will remain closed until those 4 individuals splash down back on Earth in 3 days after orbiting for that duration.
Yeah, it is important, again, that we do perform that leak check, because we want to make sure that in the vacuum of space, the habitat inside of the capsule can withstand that pressure and make sure that the environment that the astronauts are in are hospitable. So that is, again, great news that we are continuing to march towards T0 on time. Everything seems to be going great so far. Kate, I do want to talk more about reusability. It is astounding that over half of our rockets are flown on reflown missions. I think one of the things is to refly rockets, you got to land them. And that, honestly, is my personal favorite. Seeing the booster come back, landing on land, landing on the drone ship, it is quite a feat. And for those that have seen the webcast, you can see the rocket on screen right now. It doesn't quite do it justice. These are massive, massive vehicles.
Yeah, they really are. That's a great point. And something that I think kind of plays with our perception of the scale of things, especially is when we see the rockets landing on the drone ships out in the ocean. Because the ocean is big, right? This drone ship looks small, but realistically, the drone ship is the size of a football field. And one of my absolute favorite memories that I've had in the 7 years that I've been at SpaceX, I actually was hosting the webcast when we successfully landed on the drone ship for the first time. So for anybody that might remember those days, there were a few unsuccessful landings on the drone ship where we learned a lot and eventually led to the first successful one. And that moment is seared in my memory, and the crowd just went absolutely wild. I mean, we've had a few events where the crowd has gone absolutely wild in this building for the historic moments that we made, but that one in particular with the drone ship landing for the first time is one of my top 3 favorite memories.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible, and it's what's gotten us here today. With the Falcon and Dragon system, we've proven you can build a reliable, reusable launch system for a fraction of historical cost. Our next step is to scale that up, basically build the same kind of system, but capable of taking a lot more people to the moon, Mars, and beyond. And that is what we're doing at our Starbase location in Texas with Starship.
Yeah, it's a super exciting area down there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry both crew and cargo to Earth orbit, the moon, Mars, and beyond. You can see it there on your photo. That was the first time that we stacked the Starship booster with the Starship flight vehicle and the grid fins that you see there. I can't possibly describe the scale. You know, we were just talking about, right. Drone ship landings. Oh, everything seems so small. I mean, just multiply that feeling times 100 when you envision Starship. The first time I saw it with my own eyes, I wept with joy. It's just an incredible monster of a vehicle, and there's a view of that stacking next to what is essentially a fixed service structure there. And yeah, so it's super exciting to follow along with all the advancements. Everybody knows that it changes not on a monthly, not on a weekly, but a daily basis there in Starbase, Texas.
Yeah, and what I love that Starship is doing is they're very manufacturing and production focused, and that is very key for us to continue to fly and reuse these vehicles and learn as much as possible. But we also need to build them in the first place. And the faster that we can build, the more that we can learn about designing it for manufacturability, designing it for that reusability. And again, we've done so much of that with Falcon and Dragon, and now taking that to Starship and using all that knowledge and just constantly improving our manufacturing and production of these vehicles.
Absolutely. There's the innovation there, regardless of success or failure. It is constant because we're learning just every second that we continue to build down there.
Yeah, super excited to see what Starship has for us in the future. But we are marching towards 1 hour and 35 minutes until liftoff. Let's talk a little bit more about the mission today. So the crew is not going to the International Space Station. They will be lifting off from Pad 39A, spending about 3 days in orbit at a flight apogee of 575 kilometers. Here is an animation of where the crew will be at altitude-wise. They're going to be higher than the International Space Station, higher than the Hubble telescope, and honestly higher than any humans other than those that went to the moon.
Yeah, and you see that it's a little bit further out than the International Space Station. It will take a couple burns, about 45 minutes apart, for us to raise to that cruising orbit. And just something unique to that, if you followed along with our crew missions, there are multiple transfer burns that get us to the International Space Station. It's extremely precise maneuvering that needs to happen in order to dock with the International Space Station. As a reminder, these vehicles are going at 17,500 miles per hour. We don't need to do that for this mission. So we just need a couple burns to get us to that very far out orbit of 575 kilometers.
One thing we ought to alert folks is they watch the ascent and we see the second stage. We typically put up the velocity and the altitude of each of the vehicles. The Falcon 9 will put Dragon into the low Earth orbit about 190 kilometers by 575. So they don't go into the final orbit right away. Jesse, as you just said, we're going to very quickly after we get into orbit, you know, I think before they take suits off or anything, we'll do burns of the Draco engines, the smaller ones, to lift that orbit a couple of steps to 575. So if you're watching in the webcast and you go, wow, the Dragon just separated, why isn't it showing 575 kilometers? That's because we've got 2 more burns that we've still got to go through.
Incredible shot there of pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center. And like Andy mentioned before, yeah, this is going to 575 kilometers. This is the furthest that humans will have traveled away from planet Earth since the end of the Apollo program in 1972. So we are continuing to march toward T0, and it's safe to say that the energy is growing. It's becoming more and more real. I mean, with a blue sky like that, how can it not be real that, you know, we're going to space today, hopefully. So proceeding towards the 1.5 hour mark here away from liftoff.
Yep. As Kate mentioned, 1.5 hours, a little bit more to go. In that view you see on your screens, the sun slowly beginning to set over Florida. Blue skies, wispy clouds. The weather continues to look good. Again, 90% probability of good weather, although for some reason they always like to report the probability of violation as 10%. So we look at the flip side and say 90% good weather. We will continue to watch as we get close in the next 90 minutes to T0 and the sun sets. Looking at ground level winds, and we're looking to see if there might be a pop-up thunder shower somewhere that creates what they call anvil clouds. That's something you don't want to fly the spacecraft through. The other thing that we've got is, I mentioned earlier, we are releasing balloons. The range is releasing balloons that allow us to measure wind speed and wind shear in the upper altitudes. Right now, the balloon data coming back shows upper altitude looks well behaved, so the weather, both here and around the world for the next few days, continuing to look good.
Yeah, John, you're mentioning this weather. And this is a very unique mission. Again, we're not going to the International Space Station, so we do have to make sure that weather is good on liftoff and returning back home. So the procedure for picking the launch window is actually a little bit different. We reserved a couple of days, a couple of 24-hour days for the mission, but had to wait until L-5 or 5 days before the first launch day that was selected to narrow it down to 12 hours. And then after that, we waited until L-3 to select the 5-hour launch window that we have today. And then we have 4 opportunities in each of those launch windows about an hour apart to lift off. So it's a very unique case. So we really just knew just 3 days ago what the T0 in the launch window would be.
Yeah, and one point to make, we may hear it from the crew. There are 4 launch opportunities in the 5-hour window that we're getting ready to come into here in 90 minutes. Right now we're also listening in for a quickie launch escape system check that the Dragon team's supposed to do at about T-minus 90 minutes. While we're waiting for that, you may hear the term T01. The tablets that the crew has, that Jarrett, mission commander, has, are set up for the first launch opportunity coming up in just under 90 minutes. So they call that one T01. The next one, about 102 minutes after that, is T02, then T03, and T04. But right now, everything continues to look good for T01 at 8:02 and 56 seconds p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
On screen right now is the crew on the left-hand side. On the foreground is Jared Isaacman. He is the mission commander, and we saw him interacting with the touchscreen monitors that are in front of them. Those will provide the crew with telemetry data, engine data, really anything they need for the mission. And now that the seats have been reclined upwards, they have access to those screens now.
As John mentioned before, we have a 5-hour launch window tonight with 4 opportunities in that 5-hour window. And the reason we actually have a window for a crew mission this time is, like Jesse said earlier, we're not going to the space station. So with space stations, it's an instantaneous launch window, really a moment, a fraction of a second, because of the final destination being the space station and having to chase it, catch up to it. Since we're not doing that today, the crew is actually going to an altitude above the space station. They'll be cruising around 575 kilometers above Earth. Because we're not chasing the station specifically, we have a little bit more flexibility to today's launch opportunities.
You're just now joining us. What you are seeing on your screen is the first all-civilian crew, Inspiration 4. They're all strapped into their seats inside of Dragon Resilience, preparing for T0 shortly here. We're just at T-minus 1 hour and 27 minutes. And they're completing some final procedures here. They've already done comms checks, suit leak checks, closed the hatch and done the hatch leak check. So the closeout team has exited the, or will be, they're preparing to finish their procedures there, and will be exiting the crew arm in roughly 26 minutes or so.
Yes, a lot of notable milestones of this mission. So Haley Arsenault will be the youngest American to go into space. She will be also the first with a prosthetic. Dr. Cyan Proctor will be the first Black female pilot of a spacecraft. This is the furthest that we're going to be sending humans since the Apollo missions. And I'm trying to recall them all in my mind. This is the first time that we're going to be having 3 Dragons in orbit. So we currently have 1 cargo Dragon and 1 crew Dragon at the International Space Station. This will be the 3rd. So a lot of exciting things to happen as part of today's Inspiration 4 mission.
Exactly. It's been an exciting day so far. And if you're just now joining us, you are watching the very first all-civilian mission to orbit, known as Inspiration 4. At T-minus 7 hours, the crew woke up. Shortly after that, they performed some medical checks prior to their first meal of the day, which they had at Hangar X with some friends and family, and then followed by crew walkout of Hangar X as they made their way to their Teslas.
Yep, and they hopped into the Teslas and made their way towards the suit-up room, SpaceX's debut of the suit-up room in the Falcon support building. They attended the pre-launch briefing there and then also began donning their spacesuits.
And then, of course, at around T-minus 3 hours, we had the crew walkout. That was followed by the transportation to the pad and hopping in the elevators, ascending the tower that you see there on the right-hand side of your screen. Made one last phone call to their friends and family before, heading down to the White Room, which is the area that they get to sign their names prior to hopping in.
Yep, and then the crew got inside the Dragon capsule, a process also known as ingress. We performed some communication checks. We rotated the seats upwards. And then before hatch closeout, we performed suit leak checkouts, as well as final interior inspections of any type of debris inside of the Dragon capsule.
And then we saw the closure of the side hatch. They performed the leak check on that side hatch. We got good news there. Everything was good. And at this point, we are awaiting the LES checks, which will, once those are complete, we'll get the okay for the closeout crew to leave the White Room.
When we get inside T-minus 1 hour, things get, that's where it finally starts to pick up. We'll be having the various teams poll themselves. The Dragon team's mission director checking out. Chief engineer is going to be doing polls. The launch director does poll. The closeout team gets clear of the blast danger area at T-minus 50 minutes. And then the biggies, the dynamic event, so to speak, 45 minutes, we do the prop load go for prop and for launch. We'll then retract the crew access arm. So the arm that you see on the right-hand side that's up against Dragon right now, even with the hatch closed, that'll retract away. It takes a couple of minutes. Once that's out of the way, the crew's going to arm the launch escape system. Getting exciting already. Propellant load will begin at T-minus 35 minutes, as is traditional for Falcon 9, and then we will count down for an on-time launch at 8:02:56 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time. Now, one thing, we're going to a 575-kilometer altitude orbit today. Dragon will take itself up there after the Falcon 9 drops it off. And I was looking on my maps, and from here to the Golden Gate Bridge, Hawthorne, California, where we're seeing the Golden Gate Bridge, is 573 kilometers. So if you drove from here to the Golden Gate Bridge, take us about the same amount of time as when the crew woke up at T-minus 8 hours or so. You could get there and do the same distance. The only difference is, while I may be doing the speed limit all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge, you'll never get to space trying to drive your car vertically upwards. It takes a lot more energy over a short period of time, and that's one thing that makes, as we like to say, launch is hard or space is hard. You've got to essentially take, as Kate mentioned earlier, that 1 million pounds of propellant and find a way to burn it in 10 minutes so you can get your velocity up to 17,500 miles an hour, about 7.5 kilometers per second, and that'll finally get Falcon 9's second stage and the Dragon into orbit. Now, there's one thing I do want to mention. Dragon goes into orbit, but the second stage is going just as fast. It's just Dragon will pop off. So both will be in orbit, and then later on, the second stage comes back down to Earth, burns up. We don't try to land it. That'll be on the Starship program.
Yeah, we are about an hour and 20 minutes away from liftoff and eventual stage separation of the Dragon. But in addition to the science and supplies going up onto the Inspiration 4 mission, the crew has also taken along some personal items for their 3-day trip around the planet. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take into space.
The most special item I'm bringing up to space is this custom jewelry I had made for my wife and 2 daughters. It's a dragon pendant, if you will, and so it'll be going in my satchel on suit-up day, and I'm going to fly it in space for them. I think we all now have like a really close connection with dragons, and this seemed really appropriate, something hopefully my family will want to pass along for generations to come.
What I have here today are a couple of things that my mother-in-law has asked me to take up into space for her, and some of the connections to these items are just kind of special. So what I have here are 2 pins. They're both orders of the Eastern Star. I mean, if you can take a look at that and see those, but that's that one, and then there's a smaller one here, and this guy here. But these belonged not to her, but to her great-grandmother. The reason it's important to me is not only is it talking about some history and some family connections. My grandfather on my mom's side was a Mason, and my grandmother was also an order member of the Eastern Star, and they were 2 of the coolest people I think I knew. My grandfather had a way of really making anyone feel at ease and welcoming anyone he saw, regardless of their background or where they were from or what they thought. And knowing that, that being able to take up little pins like this that represent something that meant a lot to him and to other folks that in my family, I think that means a lot.
I'm very happy to report that I have turned in all of my payload. I've been thinking about what I wanted to bring to space since January, and I finally turned everything in. And one thing that I'm really excited about that I'm bringing to space is this old picture of me. This is when I was 10 years old and going through bone cancer treatment. And so when I'm in space, I'm going to pull this photo out, and now getting to be in space, my hair is going to float everywhere, but yet hold this old picture of me and show all my patients, all these kids going through cancer treatment around the world, that there's a future, that it gets better, and I'm excited to be part of it.
Our training is going really well. One of the other big things we've been working on is our packing for space list, which, I mean, how often do you get to say that you get to pack for space? And thinking about items that are important to us, that have meaning in some way, that we really want to bring with us. And so I have an item here. It's around my neck that I will take off, and this is a ring, and it's my dad's ring, and it's really cool because it's a Thunderbird, and my dad used to wear this all the time, and he passed away when I was 19, so I don't know the origin story of this, but it's a unique design, and it's pressed into the ring, and my dad absolutely loved it. And like I said, wore it all the time. And unfortunately, both my parents have passed away. So my mom, I can't even ask her, like, what's the story behind this ring? But I think my dad actually got this before he met my mom. So he's had it for a very long time. And so I'm going to bring that to space to represent my dad. I have my mom's ring here to represent her. And so I've got both my parents. And then something kind of unique and special that they got for me when I was born is this commemorative coin from the island of Guam. So it says Guam, USA, and it says where America's day begins. And so I've had this coin and has 1970 on it because that's the year I was born. And so I feel like this is the first gift my parents ever got for me, was this coin when I was born, and I've had it now for 51 years, and so I'm bringing that to space with me. So I have my coin, and then I have my 2 rings from my parents, and I'm excited to bring them along for this incredible, amazing journey experience, and thank you for everything that you've done to help me get there.
Love seeing how they've all selected things to take with them. In space, weight is everything. So while they probably wanted to take as much as they could, there are limitations, but it seemed like the common theme was family. Personally, I think my favorite thing is the photo of Haley that she's taking. Like she said, she underwent treatment for bone cancer when she was 10, and she's taking up a photo. And of course, she's going to have a photo of herself floating there with hair. And I just love that she's going to have the opportunity to show the patients that she treats at St. Jude that it gets better, and that they can grow up and be an astronaut one day too.
Yeah, I think Jared's memento of a dragon is par for the course today, as they are all seated in dragons. So I think that him and his family are going to have tons of memories to come, and be able to share that for generations to come too.
Yeah, I love that they get to take a little bit of something with them. As we've been talking throughout this whole mission, it seems so personal. They get personalized suits, and now they get to bring something with them, some memorabilia for themselves, which I think is really important for a mission like this. So in addition to the space science, in addition to the science supplies and personal items, the Inspiration 4 crew is also taking up a number of items that will be auctioned off to help raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This includes an original Kings of Leon NFT that was created using live show visuals and a live recording of the band's new single, Time in Disguise, recorded during their hometown show in Nashville just a few weeks ago. The NFT was loaded onto an iPhone 12 and will be played by one of the Inspiration 4 crew members while in space. And there's going to be a bunch of other cool stuff going up that will be auctioned off as well.
Yeah, there's quite a list of things that are heading up. Some of you might recall the Time magazine that was recently published with the Inspiration 4 crew. I think it was such an iconic shot. It was very stoic looking, and there's going to be a copy of that flying on this mission, and the crew will autograph it after the Dragon capsule splashes down in a couple of days. And of course, something for little ones, there's a handful of plastic and plush STEM toys based on the animated series Space Racers. So again, all of these things are available through auction, which is currently live.
Yeah, I love, there's going to be a ukulele in space. Chris is going to be playing a ukulele, and then it's going to come back and be up for auction again, all for a great cause. So I'm so excited to, one, hear him play, and two, see a ukulele in space.
Yeah, and again, this mission is a fundraiser for St. Jude, and I love that they're going to even have some Inspiration 4 mission jackets, which are going to feature some artwork from some of the patients at St. Jude, which is going to be pretty incredible. I think that's definitely something I'm going to try and get.
And there's something on board that I know John I loves, pens that write in space.
Yeah. They've got the, for those who remember, we had the Fisher space pens that worked in microgravity. And so Fisher has got a 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 that was a couple of years ago. But they're flying that in a coin set into space, and they've included material that's actually from Apollo 11. So something else interesting to bid on.
Yeah, super cool. They're also taking up a customized Mont Blanc Star Walker writing instrument, as well as some stationery that the crew will get to journal about, their experience in space while they're up there. Like I mentioned before, this auction is open. Actually, it opened on Thursday, September 9th, and it will run through November with all of these different items, including the ones we mentioned and more. They'll all be available at various points during the overall mission. And you can bid on these auction items if any of them called to you. Head on over to stjude.org/inspiration4 and check them out.
We're T-minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 21 seconds, counting down. Everything continues to go well. We also did hear during that last segment, the closeout team has left the crew access arm. So we're actually still running about 19 minutes ahead of schedule on the closeout activities. Earlier I got in my pitch for my usual, hey, launch is hard, space is hard, and this is kind of the rockets and spacecraft 101. One of the things I thought about, why is it hard? Why can't you just aim your car and go up, 575 kilometers? And we talked a little bit about, hey, you've got to get 1 million pounds of propellant. You've got to figure out how to burn it in 10 minutes. You got to steer the rocket, so you've got to be able to have engines that move, can, withstand wind gusts, get the rockets on the right trajectory. Then we're talking about like the space pen that works in microgravity. You think about it, when our first stage is getting ready to come back to Earth, there's no gravity. So that means none of the propellant is down at the bottom of the inlets to the engines. So that's one of the things you have to work in space, both here and on Dragon. How do you get propellant into the inlet of the pumps and the valves so that instead you're just not pushing gas through there? And that's a bad thing that happens when you want liquid and you only get gas going through your rocket. So that's just one of the things that we've got to do. And of course, we've got to fight the force of gravity. 9.8 meters per second squared we've got to overcome. And so I don't know about you, but when I took physics class, as always, you're sitting on a sled on a frozen pond. It's frictionless. And then how fast do you throw the bricks overboard that are on your sled to essentially make the sled move? And how fast can you go depends on how fast you throw the bricks out. And that leads you to the famous rocket equation. Look that one up. You can see that. But essentially, it all comes down to how efficient is the engine and how efficient is the structure. And in the case of the Falcon 9, we tried to be as mass efficient as we could so that we carry mostly propellant with just a thin skin of tank around it to hold it. So the more propellant you've got and the less tank and the less weight of the engines, the more efficient you're going to be, and that way you can carry more into space. And that eventually is where we're going, put humanity out into space.
Yeah, and so we talked a little bit about the time of launch, and today is a little bit different because we have up to 4 opportunities to launch our Inspiration 4 crew members. But if we're doing things like trying to rendezvous with the International Space Station, we have to target a very, very specific window. And so depending on the profile of the launch, how high we're sending it, which type of orbit we're sending it, liftoff time does play a factor into that.
Yeah, one of the important things we talked about earlier is we don't have a 1 second window today. We've got a 5.2 hour window. It's a 1 second window when we're going to the space station because we have to synchronize the launch with when the space station's orbital plane is passing over Florida. It's not exactly overhead. We have to lead it a little bit. But if you think about it, in Florida, we're rotating at about almost 1,500 kilometers an hour going eastward. Doesn't feel like that, but, put your seatbelts on. The Earth is rotating. That's 25 kilometers every minute. So if you waited about like a 15-minute launch window, all of a sudden the space station's 375 kilometers east of where you are on the ground, and it takes a tremendous amount of propellant to make up that kind of error. So that's one of the challenges why orbital dynamics is important. You've got to know when you're going to launch, where you headed. A lot of people care where the sun is when you get into orbit. If you have got solar rays, then you need power right away on a satellite. So orbital dynamics, another great thing to study in school, because if you don't know where you're going to go and how to get there, you won't get there.
Yeah, John, you've been talking a lot about all the things that go into, designing and building a rocket that can do all the things that we've been doing, flying to orbit, taking payloads to orbit, taking humans to orbit. We've got a lot of history and a lot of things that we've learned. We didn't do this by ourselves. We worked very closely with NASA, and we've learned so much from them. We wouldn't be here today without the support of NASA and the knowledge that they have. Can you talk a little bit about things like the particular things that NASA has brought to the team?
Yeah, that NASA partnership goes way back. I joined SpaceX 2006, right when we were competing for what was called the COTS Space Act Agreement, the Commercial Orbital Transportation Service, where NASA said, hey, we can't pay companies to develop systems from scratch, but we can give you essentially some seed money. So they had a competition. SpaceX was one of the winners. Elon put a lot of his money in. But working with NASA on the early Falcon 9 and the Dragon, we learned things like, what are some of the best practices? A lot of our engineers would pull off of the NASA Tech Library, how do you do hold-down systems or quick disconnect systems? What's worked in the past? So we essentially got to leverage that, all those lessons learned from decades by NASA. And then we learned things like, okay, we're going to send cargo to the space station. What does it mean to physically touch the space station? What are the requirements? Then how do you verify them to NASA? It's like somebody wants to bring a big truck into your garage and you know that your garage door is only so high. You're not just going to let them drive in. You're going to go measure that before it happens.
Yeah.
So we went from that. We took astronauts to the space station. Each step of the way, NASA's been helping us understand what it means to get into space. What are some of those requirements that we've leveraged to do human spaceflight that you see here today?
Yeah, it is super exciting. Again, we've been learning a lot from NASA throughout the years. Kate has a very special guest interview. Kate, I'll throw it to you.
Thanks, Andy. Joining us now from Cape Canaveral is none other than Charlie Bolden, former NASA astronaut and administrator. Welcome.
Kate, it's great to be with you, and I was enjoying listening to the story, and I think you all are being somewhat modest. We learned quite a bit from SpaceX as we began to partner also.
Thank you so much for that. Now, Charlie, like I mentioned, you were a NASA astronaut that then became the NASA administrator, and that happened at a pivotal time both in the history of NASA and commercial space. Were either one of those roles something that you dreamed of doing as a kid?
No, as a matter of fact, I tell kids all the time, I never dreamed of being an astronaut because I grew up in the segregated South, and that was just not something that was going to happen. I had no desire to fly airplanes. I thought flying was inherently dangerous, and but at the age of 12 in 7th grade, I fell in love with a place called the United States Naval Academy, watching a program on television called Men of Annapolis, and I struggled to get there, and when I finally got there, that led to my going into the Marine Corps, which led to my going to flight school, which led to my going to test pilot school, which led to my meeting the late, great Dr. Ron McNair, who was in the first group of space shuttle astronauts selected. And he's the guy that embarrassed me into applying for the space program. So I kind of fell into it. I don't recommend that kids follow my example, though.
Well, it sounds like you've had quite the journey throughout your career. And speaking of journeys, we talked a little bit earlier about the history of Pad 39A, which we see over your shoulder there in the distance. How does space travel look different from the days when you were an astronaut compared to the last 10 years or so?
You know, Kate, I think it's dramatically different. I mean, the techniques, the orbital mechanics, everything, all the laws and everything are the same, but it's the face of space flight today that is dramatically different. I'm so excited to be here this evening for this launch because, you know, I was telling somebody earlier today, just the thought of having an all-commercial crew, a crew of non-professional astronauts lift off from the same launch pad where Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin left before they stepped on the moon is just flabbergasting. It's sort of it's the complete cycle of a tale to get us from where it was nothing but government to where now we can actually have an all-civilian, all-commercial flight where NASA's really not involved at all, other than being the host here at the Kennedy Space Center.
And we're so thankful that you guys are able to host us. Now, if SpaceX were hosting you on today's mission, imagine if you were part of the Inspiration 4 crew, what 2 or 3 personal items would you want to take with you?
You know, I love listening to each of the crew members talk about what they took, and on each of my flights, my very first flight, as a matter of fact, since I didn't know whether there would be any more, I took a ring that had belonged to my mother. I actually wore a pearl cross that she had worn since she was a child because it meant a lot to her. And I took very personal items also. If I were to go today, I now have a 12-week-old grandson, so I would have to take something that belongs to him, young Walker Elias, and I have 3. I'm blessed with 3 beautiful granddaughters. So my guess would be that at least 4 of those items would be from the 4 grandkids today.
You mentioned your grandkids. How do you imagine that the future of spaceflight might look whenever they are adults and possibly growing up to become astronauts themselves?
Oh. You know, Kate, I am firmly convinced that by the time Walker, who's the baby now, the 12-week-old, by the time he gets ready to go to space, we're going to be talking about, I mean, going to the moon will be, routine is not a word I like to use, so let's not do that, but it will be a place where we go with some frequency, and we'll be venturing off to Mars also. So I think there's a very good chance that probably Walker and maybe my baby granddaughter, Talia, will have an opportunity to be among the first people to actually set foot on Mars. So I'm very hopeful that they will end up doing that. And if they decide that they don't want to go to space, they don't want to fly, we're big proponents of, you know, Sion is actually really pushing the arts. I really agree with what she says. Arts and design are key aspects of what's required for us to even get people to space. And they are 2 areas that we should not overlook as we talk about STEM education. But the arts and design are what gives us as an example, the wonderful spacesuits that the crew is wearing today. Some designer actually sat down and thought about that. You know, that's not aerodynamic. That's actually a little arts and design there. So I think the world is the oyster for my grandchildren, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You add the A into STEM and you get STEAM, right? Now, years ago at
exactly right.
Years ago at a joint SpaceX NASA launch, you gave observers some really great advice, and that was to put their phones down and watch the launch with their own eyes and just really enjoy the experience. Now, with our Inspiration 4 crew sitting in their seats, what advice would you give to those civilian astronauts as they are preparing to go to space for the first time?
You know, believe it or not, I sent Jared a text a few days ago, and then I had an opportunity to say hello to them before they walked out today. And my advice to them was relax, enjoy it, suck it up, really spend time in the window to look at the incredible beauty of our planet from a perspective that not very many humans will have had. You know, we've flown 500 and some odd humans to space, but as you all keep pointing out, when I flew my Hubble Space Telescope mission, we were at 600 kilometers, and that was a view that only people who had gone to the moon had before, and we've not had any views like that since because we've just not gone that high. They are going to be in a unique position looking at this planet from almost 600 kilometers, and it's breathtakingly different from looking on board the International Space Station. That's awesome, but it's amazing how much just the additional 100 or so kilometers adds to your perspective. You don't see the whole planet, but they're going to see a lot more of it than people see from the International Space Station. And I just hope they'll take an opportunity to suck it up and enjoy it and visualize it so they can tell stories about it to their children and grandchildren and to every kid they meet when they come back, because that's actually the most important role for an astronaut is to become storytellers and help people understand why it's important to take care of our planet and why we're running out of time, and we've got to be better stewards of the planet. So I'm excited for them to have this opportunity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As the mission name indicates, one of the primary functions of this mission is to inspire others. So you hit the nail on the head there for sure.
Exactly.
Charlie Bolden, former NASA administrator and NASA astronaut, thank you so much for joining us today. Back over to Jesse as we continue to tick down to T0.
Thank you, Kate, and thank you, Charlie Bolden. That was an incredible interview and great to hear from him, our partners at NASA. It's just so great. You know, teamwork really makes a dream work. So if you're just now joining us, you picked a great time as we are approximately T-minus 56 minutes and counting until launch. Welcome to the coverage for the mission known as Inspiration 4, the first all-civilian mission to space. Liftoff time is still holding for 8:02 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green. The weather is cooperating. Over the last 3 hours, Jared Isaacman, Dr. Cyan Proctor, Haley Arsenault, and Chris Sombrosky donned their SpaceX spacesuits in our brand new SpaceX suit-up room, and were then transported to the pad where our crew entered the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, which you've been seeing live on your screen the past few hours.
Yeah, but before we go any further, we have to get reacquainted with our crew. Let's take a moment and learn a little bit more about Jared. He is a 38-year-old Inspiration 4 commander. He is the founder and chief executive officer of Shift 4 Payments, a father and husband, and has set multiple world records as a pilot. When he was younger, Jared flew in over 100 air shows and dedicated every performance flight to great causes, and today is no different. This mission is named Inspiration 4 in recognition of the 4-person crew's mission to inspire support for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Jared has donated $100 million himself and is hoping to raise another $100 million to support the nonprofit organization. This $200 million goal for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital would not be possible without Jared's dedication to a greater cause. Here's more about the New Jersey native and self-described aviation and aerospace fan.
I grew up in New Jersey, and when I was a kid, I wanted to grow up and be a doctor. My older brother's a doctor. I watched like the show ER as a kid, and I thought that's pretty cool. I think, you know, saving lives is a pretty important thing. But, you know, life took me in a different direction. My interest in like aviation and aerospace goes back like since I was a kid. I mean, you know, the first like computer I built, I was playing like Falcon 2.0 and then, you know, upgraded to play Falcon 3.0. I went to like Aviation Challenge, which is part of Space Camp as a kid. I was a, you know, observer of SpaceX from like, you know, the outside looking in like a lot of people. And then, you know, my opportunity to kind of see what the inside was like began in October of 2020 when the idea of Inspiration 4 started to come about. A big part of what we're trying to achieve with Inspiration 4 is to send, you know, an inspiring message really to the world about what is certainly possible up there in space, but also what we can accomplish here on Earth as well, which is why, you know, this massive fundraising effort for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital is such a big part of our mission. to me, having some balance where you're trying to tackle a problem of today so you can earn the right to keep making progress tomorrow is just a philosophy I've tried to live by for some time. The advice I would give my younger self, you can aim high, you can dream big, and even things that people would say is next to impossible, you can accomplish it. I totally believe like we all have, that fundamental obligation to leave the world a better place than we found it. I'm Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Inspiration 4.
For this first all-civilian mission to orbit, Jared wanted his crewmates to represent the best of humanity, pillars he's identified as leadership, hope, generosity, and prosperity. As commander of the mission, Jared holds the seat of leadership. For the seat of hope, Jared went to St. Jude and was introduced to Haley Arsenault.
Haley is from Memphis, Tennessee, and serves as the medical officer of the Inspiration 4 mission, overseeing medical care and experiments. When she was 10, she was diagnosed with bone cancer. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital helps her with groundbreaking treatment, including chemotherapy and limb-sparing surgery that resulted in replacing her femur bone with a prosthetic. Now she is currently a physician's assistant at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, the same place that saved her life so many years ago. At 29 years old, she represents a couple of firsts for this mission that's already the first civilian mission to go into space. Haley will be the youngest American to go into space and the first person to go into space with a prosthetic body part. Here's more on Haley, who occupies the seat of hope on the Inspiration 4 mission.
I'm so excited to be going to space, and I'm just a regular person. I am so lucky that I got a phone call asking if I wanted to go to space. I'm from Louisiana. I was a super active, super outgoing kid, involved in everything, and I actually had just gotten my black belt in Taekwondo a couple days before I was diagnosed with cancer. I definitely am excited to represent those that aren't physically perfect. I want to bring this experience back and share with everyone I encounter, and just what this represents for the new age in space travel and who can be an astronaut. I've thought a lot about launch day. I've even had some dreams about launch day, and I still don't know what will be going through my mind. I know I'm going to be incredibly excited. And of course, I have the window seat. Looking out the window and seeing Earth from space is going to be so incredible. Can't even put into words. What I'm absolutely most excited about is we're going to call the St. Jude patients from space. And I'll get to video call these kids that I've gotten to treat, and these kids going through cancer treatment and getting to show them what life after cancer can look like. It's been incredible for me to watch how much this mission has already touched the kids at St. Jude and how much hope it's given them. I love this one little girl I talked to recently. She said, I can't wait to be an astronaut. Like, there was no if in there. She just couldn't wait for it to happen. I think that's what hope is. I am Haley Arsenault, Medical Officer of Inspiration 4.
As part of the effort to raise money for St. Jude, Jared decided to give away one seat to a person at random who donated to St. Jude's cause. That seat, the seat of generosity, went to Christopher Sombrowski. Christopher Sombrowski of Seattle, Washington is the mission specialist of today's flight, helping to manage payloads, science experiments, and communications to mission control.
Właśnie co wstałem, godzina 1:13. Pozostało 50,5 minuty do startu. Widzę, że fotele astronautów są już podniesione, a więc już są gotowi do startu. Mam nadzieję, że za bardzo wam mi nie brakowało, nie? Widzę, że tutaj robimy pogląd astronautów, którzy lecą, czyli Chris Sembrowski. Tak jak mówiłem podczas początku live'u, ma on 42 lata i pracuje w dziedzinie lotnictwa.
When I found out I was going to space, I was dumbfounded. I think I was just struck dumb for days.
Za 5 minut zostanie odłączone ramię, które łączy rakietę z platformą startową. Właśnie patrzę na rozpiskę, jak to będzie wyglądało. Nie, przepraszam. Za 8 minut nastąpi odłączenie platformy od rakiety.
Somehow a part of space, whether it was helping support a mission or lobbying for folks to be able to go into space. That's where I wanted to be. Of course, I'm going to be looking down at my home in Western Washington. I'm also looking to see what I don't see, and that's going to be lines on a map or those walls that seem to separate all of us ideologically or politically or even geographically or physically. Those don't exist when you get far enough out, and I'm really hoping to bring back that sense of what it means to only have that one small line that matters to all of us, and that's the atmosphere that keeps us separated from, the vacuum of space. As we get to launch day, I am gonna have the biggest smile going ear to ear. It's gonna be, I'm gonna be shaking with excitement. No fears or jitters at all about what's going to happen, but man, that's gonna be a heck of a show. I'm Chris Dombrowski, Mission Specialist of Inspiration4.
Jared reserved the fourth seat for someone who exemplified the entrepreneurial spirit.
Widzę tutaj, że jeden z widzów pisze, że transmisja leci też z satelity EU-Telsat 10A na kanale AFP1EU, ale jest kodasystemem BSS. Również Bartosz pytał, jak myślicie, czy będą uprowadzać po Dragonie, czy pokażą sypialnie, jadalnie i tak dalej, czy nie przewidzieli takich tematów podczas tak krótkiej misji? Myślę, że jest to bardzo możliwe, żeby przeprowadzili takie uprowadzenie po Dragonie. Nawet jestem tego prawie pewien, że takie coś będzie.
I was born on the island of Guam, and the reason why I was born there is that my dad worked for the NASA tracking station. And so I feel like space has always been a part of me. When I got that call, that Zoom, and Jared was on there, and he said that, they picked me for the prosperity seat, that I was going to go to space with him and be part of the Inspiration4. It really was like getting the golden ticket for Willy Wonka. Everything in my life finally came into focus, and I realized that it was all about this moment in time. I won the prosperity seat for Inspiration4, and I did that not as a geoscientist or an explorer or an analog astronaut, which are all on my resume. I actually won this as a poet and an artist. We are striving for that Star Trek generation.
Jeżeli dobrze tutaj widzę, to właśnie co pokazują fragmenty filmu, w sumie fragmenty serialu z Netflixa, serial pod tytułem Countdown. Ja na razie obejrzałem 2 odcinki, pozostają mi jeszcze 2 odcinki z ostatniego poniedziałku.
I'm Dr. Sian Proctor, and I'm the mission pilot for Inspiration4.
Ale na to wygląda właśnie, że pokazują fragmenty właśnie odcinków. Widzimy, że w Cape Canaveral słońce już zachodzi. Tam też już jest bardzo późna godzina. Będzie koło 19, coś takiego.
Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules.
Tak, jest 19:18 na przylotku Canaveral. A więc start za godzinę, a więc o 20:02 czasu lokalnego. To będzie 2:02 czasu polskiego.
There you've heard the instructions and a great view from the camera on the fixed service structure looking down the crew arm. SpaceX team has been pulled. The 7 operators on Falcon 9 in firing room 4 at Kennedy Space Center have indicated they are go for propellant load of the Falcon 9 and launch. The crew is given a go. The Dragon team's given a go. We're moving into the next of the major steps.
O, no i mamy.
Retracting the crew access arm. This will take a couple of minutes. We're going to follow that by arming the launch escape system, and then at T-minus 35 minutes begin propellant
Właśnie w
load
tym
of the
momencie jest
Falcon
odłączone
9.
ramienie, które łączy rakietę Falcon 9 z wyrzutnią startową. A więc dosłownie za chwilę zostanie uzbrojony system ewakuacyjny kapsuły Dragon w razie problemu podczas ładowania paliwa.
Range is ready to support. All systems remain green and go.
Widzimy niemniej jednak, że tutaj jeszcze mamy Dragona, który jest połączony do platformy startowej kablami. Jest to połączenie zasilające, które zostanie również odłączone 5 minut przed startem. Wtedy te kable zostaną odłączone i ta pionowa część wyrzutni zostanie odłączona.
And then arm the escape system on the Dragon spacecraft.
The countdown clock is continuing to tick, and we are now at T-minus 42 minutes from launch. We're standing by the crew arm. The crew access arm has retracted, and that is one of the last major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff, and it's slowly moving back here, should conclude shortly. And shortly thereafter, once the crew arm has been retracted, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed, and from there we'll hear that Falcon 9 prop load has started.
We saw our Inspiration 4 crew members suit up about 3 hours ago in our brand new suit up room located in the Falcon support building.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
That is good news. The crew access arm has finished retracting away from the vehicle. So the team suited up at...
SpaceX, you are go for section 7 of 4.100. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
And copy that, SpaceX. We're go for section 7 of 4.100. We're closing visors and arming LES.
Okay, the next major step, you see the view of the crew inside the Inspiration 4 capsule, closing their visors. Make sure they're locked and sealed. The next step will be
Za
arming the
chwilkę
launch
również
escape
powinno
system.
zacząć się
That's when the
tankowanie
Super Draco
paliwa
thrusters are
nafty
enabled. So
rakietowej
if anything happens from
oraz
here to the
ciekłego
countdown
tlenu.
or flight, Dragon has the
Tak
ability
naprawdę
to
za
leave
5
Falcon
minut
9 and carry the crew into a safe recovery out in the ocean. We're waiting now for the call out. The launch escape system is armed.
Czyli właśnie mogliśmy zauważyć paręnaście sekund temu, że astronauci zamknęli hełm, że tak powiem. Jest to spowodowane tym, że został załączony system ewakuacyjny. I w każdym momencie muszą być przygotowani na ewakuację.
Copy that, Dragon.
There's that call out that the launch escape system is now armed. And again, this is the first of its kind escape system to provide this escape capability all the way to orbit. You can hear the team here is getting really excited as we march towards T0.
So the launch escape system, let's talk a little bit more about that. It utilizes the Super Draco engines that are installed into the Dragon capsule. There are 8 of them. There are 8 Super Draco engines on the Dragon capsule, and they're aptly named Super Dracos. They differ from the regular Dracos just a little bit. The Draco engines that are on the Dragon that help in in-orbit maneuvers, those produce about 90 pounds of force in the vacuum space. A single Super Draco engine produces 15,000 pounds of force. And so altogether, it produced over 120,000 pounds of force, and that is what is needed in case of an emergency to accelerate the Dragon capsule and crew away from any type of emergency.
Exactly. And like you said, those Super Dracos are just super-powered Draco engines, and the only time they are ever utilized is in that launch abort procedure. So we are not expecting to use them today, but we do take safety very seriously, and we take every measure possible to ensure that the crew has options and has an escape in the worst of scenarios. And like Jesse mentioned before, it's the first of its kind and provides an escape capability for the crew all the way to orbit.
Yes, so that launch escape system is currently armed. Once in orbit, we actually disarm that, and we'll be relying only on the Draco engines from there on out.
Yeah. Now, next up, we will be having prop load begin, and this is basically when when Falcon comes alive. We begin to load liquid oxygen and rocket-grade kerosene, also known as
Czyli tak jak właśnie mówi pani na transmisji, za chwilę zostanie rozpoczęte ładowanie. I tutaj jeszcze do tego mamy to pokazane. Niedługo zostanie rozpoczęte tankowanie paliwa.
Up next is the prop load for Falcon 9.
One thing while we've got a moment, we were talking about Super Dracos and contingency aborts. You will hear call-outs probably during the ascent, stage 1A, stage 2A, stage 1B.
Propellant tanks will be venting for propellant load.
That just means various points in time, if an escape was necessary, the Dragon flight computer is programmed to do different things. How long the engines will burn, how long it'll wait to coast to apogee, what it'll do to come back down when the parachutes are deployed. So when you hear those, it's usually the crew giving the call out and the ground echoing it. That just indicates we are moving farther and farther away from the launch pad. And so if a contingency arose, different sequences would be performed in the Dragon flight computer. Right now, we're just 90 seconds away from the start of propellant loading. We're at T-minus 36 minutes, 26 seconds. Everything continues to look good for Crew Dragon's fourth launch with people. Today, the first all-civil mission to low Earth orbit. Now we should hear a call out right at T-minus 35 minutes when propellant load begins. Propellant loading will start on the first stage with liquid oxygen and RP1 kerosene fuel. We'll also begin loading kerosene fuel on the second stage. And it'll take us a little bit deeper into the countdown before we put liquid oxygen onto the second stage. And everything wraps up inside the last 10 minutes with the very last propellant finishing up at just T-minus 2 minutes.
So there on your screen is the Falcon 9 rocket at pad 39A, and at the very top is the Crew Dragon capsule where the Inspiration 4 crew awaits liftoff in just about 35 minutes. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the first all-civilian mission to orbit, aka these are non-professional astronauts. They're people like you and me that are they're going to be going up to 575 kilometers, and they're going to be orbiting Earth there at that altitude for 3 whole days. So you can hear the voices in the background here that are getting a little louder. The excitement in the building here at SpaceX headquarters is certainly growing.
Propellant load has started.
Okej, rozpoczęło się tankowanie rakiety Falcon 9. Zostało rozpoczęte tankowanie ciekłego tlenu oraz RP1, czyli nafty rakietowej.
Ground system pumps beginning to push the propellant into the Falcon 9. As we said, that'll continue all the way down to T-minus 2 minutes. We'll hear call-outs and bring status as we go through the countdown. But currently, everything looking good at pad 39A for the launch of the Inspiration 4 crew in just over 34 minutes.
So our crews, like Kate mentioned, are at the top of the vehicle, sitting inside of the Dragon capsule. Jared, Cyan, Haley, and Chris have been training for this journey pretty much ever since the announcement that they'd all been selected as crewmates for the Inspiration 4 mission in March. What's super cool is that they are going through the same exact Dragon training as our NASA astronauts. In order to get to visit low Earth orbit, our teams at SpaceX have spent hundreds of hours teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in space and microgravity, and even running simulations of what a full mission would look like while seated inside of Dragon.
Yeah, the Inspiration 4 crew has completed numerous simulations, including a 30-hour and 12-hour end-to-end simulation in our Dragon trainer. They trained not only at SpaceX, but they also did a few other trainings, centrifuge training. They flew some fighter jets together, did some aerobatics in these jets, some flips, and experienced some real G's before this mission today.
Yeah, they even got to pilot the jets themselves, which was super cool to see.
They also completed a zero-G flight, which you can see them there, almost like superheroes. They even climbed Mount Rainier in Washington, which looks like a very difficult hike.
Yes, I think during the docuseries, it was almost a whiteout condition, but they kept trekking along. It was almost 10 hours of hiking, 4,000 plus feet elevation, one of the serious hikes that you can do up in Washington.
Yeah, some great team building, and they even signed their Falcon 9 booster that is sitting on the pad, and that is them with their signatures on the vehicle that they will be lifting off in just over 30 minutes from now. This team has studied nearly 100 different training lessons covering all aspects of the mission. At the end of training each week, the crew recorded video diaries of their experiences. In their own words, here's the crew talking about their various training over the last 6 months.
Jared Isaacman here, Commander Inspiration 4, and we're like 4 months and a day away from our intended launch date.
This week was really intense because we had a lot of the systems. We got to go into the sim.
Going through some CRM training and looking at what the mission overview is going to look like.
Talked a lot about teamwork and the SpaceX culture.
Week 2 of training at SpaceX complete. This was a heavy week.
I just completed another week at SpaceX, and it was intense.
A lot of good building blocks. So you start in the beginning of the week with smaller things like losing comms to, okay, some circumstances are not so good, and then some get really bad where you have to, plan an emergency deorbit, which we initiate ourselves in that.
But man, challenging. I didn't realize how much upper body strength I need, so I need to hit the gym the next couple of months and build up some more muscles.
Today was my favorite day of training because today was the medical training.
Widzę, że Krystian napisał, że ale cisza na czacie. No, jest taka po prostu pora. Myślę, że większość tutaj z naszych widzów albo trochę przyspało, albo jest tak bardzo zmęczona, że nie ma nawet siły pisać.
We got to wear spacesuits, strap into the simulator and feel like we were actually going to space.
Hello again, Chris here, and it's August 2nd, 2021, 44 days from our launch here in September. Everything keeps going to plan, and it's been an incredible week last week, working with SpaceX teams down at Kennedy Space Center, and then back here in Hawthorne this week for some sims.
The spacesuit that I got fitted for about 7 months ago, I actually
Pozostało nam właśnie 30 minut do startu pierwszej turystycznej misji firmy SpaceX, pierwszej misji SpaceX, w której polecą normalni cywile, którzy nie są astronautami i nigdy nie byli w kosmosie, którzy nawet nie przeszli szkolenia prawdziwego astronauty. To wszystko już za niecałe 30 minut.
Get to Mars and beyond, we want to provide great data, and we're really excited to be part of this.
All right, well, thanks everybody for a fantastic time here in Hawthorne and also down at Kennedy. We've been doing training down there as well, so really appreciate everything you guys been doing.
This is my final call here from SpaceX, so Rook signing off.
So incredible to get an inside look to their training. Only 553 humans have reached have been to orbit, and most of those traveled as part of government or country-specific missions. As a result, the research conducted on those missions, particularly as it relates to humans in space, is often only accessible by the country or government that conducted the research. Think about the possibilities if the data from all those missions could be made available to the broader science community for research. Inspiration 4 is a step in that direction.
The crew of Inspiration 4 will conduct research in orbit that has the potential to improve human health here on Earth and for future space explorers. One of the cool things about this mission is that all biomedical data collected during the mission, things like heart rhythm and rate, blood oxygen saturation, among other things, will be accessible for research.
And to that end, SpaceX and the Inspiration 4 crew are partnering with Trish, the Translational Research Institute for Space Health, to collect data and biological samples from the crew before, during, and after this historic spaceflight. Part of NASA's Human Research Program, Trish is a virtual institute that finds and funds disruptive science and medical technology in order to reduce health and performance risks in space explorers.
Yeah, we saw Kate with Diana earlier putting on some really colorful sunglasses. They're not really sunglasses, but it was an experiment about how do we understand motion sickness and sort of the ups and downs in space. That is something I'm super excited about because I get a lot of motion sickness here, and so I'm hoping that it helps a lot of people.
Cool to see firsthand some of the equipment that the crew has in their cargo hold. Like we've said before, this is a science mission in addition to it's a 3-day science mission basically. And one of the other things that Diana showed us was the ultrasound reader and how the intracranial fluid changes while you're in space. So lack of gravity essentially means that instead of the fluids in your body being concentrated towards your feet, they kind of they equalize towards your head, which can affect vision. And they are planning to use that ultrasound reader, which they just plug right into an iPad to do readings live inside Crew Dragon of their eyeballs while they're in space for 3 days.
That was so cool to see.
Yeah.
In addition to all the awesome science going up on today's mission, the Inspiration 4 team is also using this mission to bring awareness and help fundraise.
Anna tutaj pisze, że jesteśmy tylko podłączeni do YouTube'a na telewizorze. Rozumiem w takim razie bardzo fakt, że mało osób pisze. Jest to zrozumiałe. Klient pisze, jak tam z przelotem nad Polską, czy będzie widoczny. No i tutaj wiedziałem, że ktoś zada takie pytanie. Patrzyłem, w sumie za chwilkę będę patrzył od teraz właśnie patrzę i ciężko powiedzieć. Ciężko powiedzieć, dlatego że zostały opublikowane dwa dane tle, na podstawie których my wyliczamy godziny przelotów. I problem jest taki, że jedne dane są podane do startu na 202 km nad Ziemią, a drugie tle są opublikowane na 540 km nad Ziemią. A więc no pytanie, na jakiej wysokości będzie się utrzymywała kapsuła, na jakiej wysokości... Czekajcie. Nie wiem, czy słyszeliście w ogóle, co teraz mówiłem. Krótko mówiąc, Krystian pytał, jak z przelotem nad Polską, czy będzie widoczny. Zostały opublikowane dwa dane tle. Jedne dane na orbitę 540 km wysokości i drugie tle na orbitę 202 km. Tutaj tworzy się pytanie, jak będzie się zmieniała trajektoria kapsuły Dragon. Czy ona na początek zostanie na 202 km, a później na chwilę poleci tylko na 540 km i z powrotem wróci na te 202 km. Jak to będzie? Tego nie wiem. No i właśnie tutaj jest problem, ponieważ nie mam jak wyliczyć godzin przelotów z tego powodu. Jest to trochę skomplikowane. Na przykład teraz, zaraz po starcie, będzie leciał Dragon nad Polską, ale niestety będzie leciał w cieniu, a więc no nic z tego, ponieważ będzie w cieniu. Ewentualny pierwszy przelot, wedle danych tle, które ja mam tutaj do dyspozycji, pierwszy przelot, trudno powiedzieć, to też nie pełny przelot. Właśnie, ciekawostka. Byłby tutaj. Tutaj patrzę sobie na drugim monitorze akurat, jak to będzie wyglądało, dlatego ja mówię o czymś, czego wy akurat nie widzicie. Ale jeżeli Dragon znajdowałby się dzisiaj wieczorem, już o 19:46 na orbicie 540 km, to byłby widoczny właśnie o 19:46. Tylko że wątpię w to, aby Dragon o tej porze tak szybko znajdował się już na takiej wysokości. Tutaj niestety będę musiał śledzić rozwój danych w tle. One będą zapewne aktualizowane co chwilę, co jakieś parę godzin i poczekaj, przeczytałem komentarz i wyszedłem z toru myśli. Tak, no i że będę musiał śledzić dane tle, które będą aktualizowane co parę godzin zapewne i w tych danych tle będzie już uwzględniona wysokość trajektorii kapsuły Dragon. A przeczytałem komentarz i trochę mnie wybił z równowagi, ponieważ komentarz brzmi: jest jakaś godzina, która odstraszy was od oglądania. Jak widać nie. Jest nas 20? Przed sekundką było nas 20. Jest 20 osób. No jak widać, nic nas nie odstraszy. W sumie tak mówię, ale ja się przespałem 1,5 godziny. Od godziny 20:30 parę do 1:15, 1:10 w sumie. Ale jestem z powrotem. Akurat po lewej SpaceX pokazuje profil po starcie, jak to wszystko będzie wyglądało. Wiemy, że odłączenie od Dragona od 1. stopnia nastąpi 11 minut i 58 sekund po starcie. Ja tutaj mam dokładną rozpiskę, więc jeżeli przegapiłem wcześniejszy pokaz, to tak go tutaj mam. No, widzimy, że powoli rakieta się napełnia paliwem, ponieważ już zaczyna się utleniać ciekły tlen i dlatego jest taka chmura, tak nazwijmy, przy rakiecie. Aha, tak, ładowanie paliwa się zakończyło. Do 1. stopnia. Za chwilę... Nie, to się skończyło tankowanie ropy naftowej. Za chwilkę skończy się tankowanie ciekłego tlenu.
Wars, Star Trek, and then one of my other favorites is Stargate as G1. I would rather trek across the universe than fight my
Tak, Anio. Niektórzy się budzą przed startem i tak jak mówisz, będzie nas ciut więcej zapewne, ponieważ start już za niecałe 20 minut. Pytasz, Anio, z jakiego powodu słychać ten aplauz? Z powodu zakończenia tankowania rapy naftowej. Po prostu. Wiesława wciąż czuwa, brawo, gratuluję. No ja jak widać nie wytrzymałem 1,5 godziny, potrzebowałem na regenerowanie się. Kończąc wątek o przelotach kapsuły Dragon nad Polską, zapewne będą jakieś przeloty. Pytanie, czy nie będzie już wtedy w cieniu Ziemi i pytanie, czy nie będą to za niskie przeloty. Jeżeli coś będę wiedział dokładnie o trajektorii, o ewentualnych przelotach nad Polską, to na pewno Was o tym poinformuję, nie martwcie się. No.
I like Jared's last little comment there. They don't know they're wrong. When you're the commander of the mission, I wonder what your vote counts. Just under T-minus 18 minutes.
Nie ma za co, jeżeli masz dodatkowe pytania, to pisz śmiało w komentarzu. No, widzimy, że już Cape Canaveral jest już naprawdę ciemno. A start za 18 minut.
For 3 days, a series of amazing views that Jared and the team should have looking through the windows and the cupola up there on the Inspiration 4 Dragon.
This crew will see about 15 orbits a day at this altitude. They'll get to experience 15 sunrises and 15 sunsets, which should be pretty incredible. And just as a comparison, John mentioned the International Space Station is going to be a little bit lower than where this crew is going to. Because the International Space Station is closer, it takes a little less time to orbit the Earth, so they see 16 orbits a day relative to what this Inspiration 4 crew will see will be 15 orbits a day.
I do want to comment on what we're seeing on screen. This is the Falcon 9 rocket.
Stage 2 lock load has started.
That was the call for stage 2 liquid oxygen loading. You can start to see some white clouds around Falcon 9. That is normal and expected for us at this stage in the countdown. We are topping off.
Nie ma za co, Krystian. Również, jeżeli masz jakieś dodatkowe pytania, to pisz śmiało w komentarzach.
Now, if you notice that the second stage there is a slightly whiter shade than the first stage, that's because the first stage has been reused twice before. It previously supported the GPS 3.4 and GPS 3.5 missions back in 2020 and 2021 of this year. So that booster is making its third flight today. The Dragon capsule.
Oj, przepraszam, zabrałem dźwięk. Przez przypadek kompletnie nie.
Civilian mission to orbit, known as Inspiration 4. It's getting very exciting here. We're just a little over T-minus 15 minutes from T0.
And we started covering the action at T-minus 4 hours with the crew walking out of Hangar X. They made their way over to the Falcon support building where they got suited up. And then we saw them hop in the Teslas, ride up to the pad, go up the fixed service structure and walk down that lit crew access arm that we see there connecting Falcon 9 to the tower. And it's hard to believe that we're now under 15 minutes before launching the first all-civilian mission to orbit. Again, these are 4 non-professional astronauts. They're people just like us, and they're going to be going to space for 3 days. They're going to be orbiting Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. So they're basically going so fast that they won't fall back to Earth until we tell Dragon to do so. And they're going to be going up to a height of 575 kilometers.
Do startu misji Inspiration 4 pozostały nam niecałe 15 minut.
Continue to push the boundaries of what human space exploration will be in their near future.
So that's a live view of Falcon 9 with Crew Dragon for the Inspiration 4 mission sitting on top. There we can see our 4 soon-to-be astronauts there, comfortable in their seats. Throughout the day, we have seen a lot of camaraderie, a lot of joking, and I imagine that things are starting to get a little more serious. They're really focusing in on the task at hand, which is going to space in just a little over 13 minutes.
Mamy pytanie od Anny. Kiedy dokładnie wraca załoga Inspiration 4? Wraca ona w sobotę, ale już mówię dokładnie o której, bo szczerze mówiąc nie pamiętam. Nawet nie wiem, czy została taka godzina już podana. Jeżeli ktoś ma odpowiedź, to również może napisać w komentarzach. Ja ze swojej strony poszukam. Na stronie SpaceX nie ma żadnej informacji o powrocie, ale również zrobię live, więc nie martwcie się, będzie na pewno live z powrotu misji Inspiration 4.
Fuel loading is continuing on the larger first stage tank. It's about half full right now. That'll finish at T-minus 6 minutes. We ought to hear that call out on the webcast. We're continuing to load densified liquid oxygen onto the first stage and into the second stage tanks. Now the liquid oxygen load will wrap up at about T-minus 3 minutes on first stage, T-minus 2 minutes on the second stage. Now a reminder, now that we are into propellant loading, we cannot stop the countdown and try to launch later in the window. So if a problem arises that requires holding the countdown clock, those dreaded words, hold, 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 we don't want to hear, we would have to scrub for the night and try again. We have a launch opportunity tomorrow just a little bit later if conditions allow. Condition of the Falcon 9 being go, the range is go. Weather.
Ciężko powiedzieć, nie mogę znaleźć informacji na ten temat. Spojrzę, czy ktoś mi napisał w komentarzach. Nie, jeszcze nie. Ale dalej szukam. Na razie jest napisane, że planowana data lądowania to jest sobota. Chociaż tu jest napisane, że 19. No tak, jeżeli by lądowali wieczorem w Stanach Zjednoczonych, to u nas rano. Jest to logiczne. Pytanie, jak to będzie rozwiązane? Czy to będzie w sobotę wieczorem w czasu lokalnego, czy to będzie nad ranem czasu lokalnego i de facto u nas wieczorem trochę. No, nie ma na razie żadnej oficjalnej daty powrotu, wiesz? Trochę dziwne.
We will also do a final series of checks of Falcon 9 telemetry against a preset limits. Make sure that all systems are go.
Oczywiście live będzie na pewno z powrotu. Jak tylko będę wiedział w ogóle, o której powracają i kiedy, czy w sobotę, czy w niedzielę, to na pewno napiszę to na grupie. No nie, no tutaj nie mam niestety informacji, kiedy powrót.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
Okej, zespoły SpaceX zapytały się załogi, czy są gotowi do startu.
Copy that, Dragon. And it has been an absolute honor to prepare you for this historic flight. Today you are truly inspiring the world. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Kate, it looks like we passed through another event, the T-minus 10-minute call up to the crew to reconfigure. That final message from the ground team as they get ready to have Inspiration 4 team inspire the world.
Start misji Inspiration 4 za 9 minut od tego momentu. A więc bądźcie uważni, pobudka wszyscy, którzy drzemią albo śpią. Budzimy się Inspiration 4 za 8 minut i 45 sekund.
And she is basically the primary resource to the crew. We can see some excitement there on the right-hand side of your screen as the crew. I think they're really starting to realize that they're going to space in under 10 minutes. Now, the next major event that we have coming up will occur at T-minus 7 minutes. You'll hear the call out for engine chill. Engine chill is simply, as the name says, we chill down some of the hardware in the engine. We're actually going to flow a little bit of the super chilled, densified liquid oxygen through the turbo pumps and allow that hardware to basically come down, the temperature come down. This allows us to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware when the full flow of super chilled liquid oxygen occurs at startup. So they are on your screen. Dragon Resilience with the Inspiration 4 crew strapped in their seats there at the
Za chwilę zostanie rozpoczęta faza chłodzenia silników przed startem. Ja jeszcze usunę tutaj ten tekst, który napisałem. OK. Ponieważ już teraz wszyscy wiedzą, że start o 2:02 czasu polskiego za 7,5 minuty. Start misji Inspiration 4. Załoga składa się z Jareda Isaacmana, Hayley Arseno, Chrisa Sembrowskiego oraz Sian Proctor. 4 Amerykaninów, normalnych cywilów, którzy polecą w Kosmos na 575 km wysokości. Pierwsza taka misja, kiedy nigdy nie miała miejsca w ogóle taka misja. OK, właśnie rozpoczęło się chłodzenie silników.
We don't really have a good view, but right now at the base of the Falcon 9, the 9 Merlin engines are beginning to vent a little bit of liquid oxygen over.
Tutaj warto jeszcze raz wspomnieć, osoby, które były na samym początku live'u już słyszeli to, ale tutaj zostanie wykorzystany pierwszy stopień rakiety, który już służył, oraz kapsuła Dragon, która już służyła. Kapsuła Dragon służyła już w misji Crew 1, a pierwszy stopień rakiety służył w misji GPS-3 SV-04 oraz GPS-3 SV-05. A więc jest to kompletna w której SpaceX używa po raz któryś swój sprzęt.
So that leaves us with just liquid oxygen loading continuing on both first and second stage. And you can see that moist Florida air.
Super, że jesteś, Przemysław. Widzę, że również oglądasz na telewizji. Oglądanie telewizji widzę, że jest bardzo wygodne. Jak robiłem live'y na Facebooku, nie było to możliwe, przynajmniej było to bardzo skomplikowane, żebyście mogli to sobie rzucić na telewizor, ale teraz jak już robię live'y na YouTubie, jest to dużo prostsze, ponieważ wystarczy mieć Smart TV, czy też dekoder mający zainstalowanego YouTube'a, czy też nawet możliwość połączenia, zrzucenia ekranu z telefonu na telewizor, też jest taka możliwość. Za chwilkę zostaną odłączone kable od kapsuły Dragon i od tego momentu kapsuła Dragon będzie zasilana przez zasilanie wewnętrzne. Nie będzie ona już połączona wtedy z platformą startową i będzie ona już samodzielna. 5 minut do startu. Słuchajcie, już się nie mogę doczekać, trzymam kciuki.
Strong back is lowering.
Za chwilkę się odłączą kable, będziecie to widzieli. A ta wieża taka, która jest przy rakiecie, odchyli się.
The strong back retraction is the next major event. In fact, the last physical event or modification to the pad prior to liftoff. Falcon 9 is nearly fully loaded with almost 1 million pounds of liquid kerosene and liquid oxygen. And that liquid oxygen is what we see venting there, those white clouds.
No dobrze, powoli widzę, że wieżyczka obok Falcona się odchyla.
And Kate, that strong back will move back just a couple of degrees you see here. Then at T0, when the Falcon 9 sends the liftoff command to the ground to release it,
3 minuty i 10 sekund do historycznej misji, czy to dla SpaceX, czy to w ogóle dla ludzkości. To jest pierwszy lot turystyczny, który będzie trwał aż 3 dni.
Dragon has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power.
All right, and there's that call out that Dragon is now running on its own power.
Jeżeli nie udostępniliście transmisji swoim znajomym, to jest ten moment. Pozostałe 2,5 minuty do startu. Udostępniajcie wszędzie transmisję. Każdy musi mieć okazję do obejrzenia tego wydarzenia z nami dzisiaj, tutaj. A więc nie zastanawiajcie się, udostępniajcie wszędzie, na Facebookach, na Messengerach, gdzie tylko się da. 2 minuty do startu historycznej misji SpaceX.
Stage 2 locks load complete.
And there's the call that stage 2 locks load is
Dragon
complete.
is in auto idle.
Falcon is now fully loaded with all of its propellants.
Closeout will begin shortly. Expect loud venting.
Announcement to let the crew know that as we vent off various lines on the launch pad, we'll hear some loud noises. Let the crew know that's planned.
Okej, to już dosłownie za chwilę start misji Inspiration 4. Pozostała minuta i 16 sekund do startu.
Getting ready for launch. Waiting for the startup call at T-1 minute.
Minuta. Za chwilę dyrektor lotu wyda go for launch albo no go for launch. Myślę, że będzie go for launch. Nie ma innego wyjścia. Go for launch. 35 sekund przed startem, słuchajcie. Za 33 sekundy rakieta Falcon 9 wzniesie się z misją Inspiration 4. Pierwsza misja, podczas której cywile polecą w kosmos. Słuchajcie, 20 sekund.
T-minus 15 seconds.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Zapłon i odlot. Pierwsza misja załogowa cywilami właśnie wznosi się na naszych oczach. To się dzieje teraz. 16 września, godzina 2:03. 4 Amerykaninów leci na orbitę. Coś niesamowitego. Niesamowite. Za chwilę będzie max Q, czyli maksymalne ciążenie aerodynamiczne, które jest nałożone na rakietę. Dosłownie za chwilkę będzie max Q. Max Q teraz.
We're throttled back up, and 1 Bravo, the call out from space. That's one of the abort sequences. That is a nominal call. Everything continues to be good. Looks like a smooth ride for the crew.
Na razie wszystko bardzo dobrze wygląda. Już zerkam na harmonogram, jakie etapy. A więc mamy minutę 43 sekund po starcie. 2 minuty i 30 sekund po starcie zostanie wyłączony silniki pierwszego stopnia, tak zwany MICO. Zobaczcie, jak to ładnie wygląda. Moc silników rakiety Falcon 9. Zobaczcie, jakie to piękne. Cudowne. A na samym szczycie 4 Amerykaninów, 4 cywilów, którzy lecą w kosmos. Miguel pyta, dokąd lecą i kiedy wracają. Lecą na orbitę okołoziemską. Leo będą znajdowali się na 575 km nad Ziemią. Wracają albo w sobotę, albo w niedzielę. Za chwilę odłączenie stopni. Pierwszego od drugiego. Hop. I jest odłączone. Pierwszy stopień odłączył się od drugiego stopnia. Teraz drugi stopień ma za zadanie wynieść załogę na orbitę, gdzie za 10 minut drugi stopień odłączy się od kapsuły Dragon. Czyli mieliśmy MICO, teraz będziemy czekali na lądowanie pierwszego stopnia rakiety. Lądowanie pierwszego stopnia 9 minut i 31 sekund po starcie, a więc za 6 minut i 4 sekundy. Wielkie brawa dla astronautów, wielkie brawa dla SpaceX i dla wszystkich osób, które pracowały wokół tej misji.
And it's making its way back to Earth. The velocity of the first stage
SpaceX trajectory nominal
is being tracked on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. On the right
wszystkie dane są prawidłowe, tak podaje przynajmniej dyrektor lotu. Wszystko jest dobrze.
The second stage and the crew, which sits on top of the second stage, everything looks to be going normally with them. And you can also track the velocity on the second stage on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And we also have awesome views of the crew inside of their capsule as well.
I'm pretty sure during first stage ascent, I saw Dr. Cyan Proctor. I'm pretty sure I saw Dr. Cyan Proctor give us 2 thumbs up. I'm sure she enjoyed this ride that she's been waiting for her entire life.
Yes. One notable thing too is we're getting some twilight views. The sun just set in Florida, but we're high enough
Krzysztof pyta, czy przelot będzie w Polsce. Wszystko zależy od wysokości, na której się zatrzyma Dragon dzisiaj wieczorem. Aktualnie on już jest na 186 km. Ja mam na razie dane tle na wysokość 202 km i wysokość 540 km, a więc jest to trochę skomplikowane, że tak powiem, z wyliczeniem przynajmniej godzin przelotów. Mam nadzieję, że w ciągu dnia zostaną opublikowane dane tle aktualne, czyli już po starcie, gdzie będzie uwzględniona wysokość przelotu Dragona. Więc jak tylko będę wiedział coś o przelotach kapsuły Dragon nad Polską, to nie bójcie się, poinformuję Was na grupie Starlinki, bez paniki.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Tak, Joanna, to jest cała prawda. To, co Karol powiedział, popieram.
So far, I was just going to say, so far, everything looking great for the Inspiration 4 crew. Hearing that everything is proceeding nominally there with the second stage, which is what you see on the right-hand side.
Stage 2 propulsion nominal.
I was just going to say that MVAC engine we just heard.
Za chwilkę zostanie również wyłączony silnik w drugim stopniu rakiety. 8 minut i 51 sekund po starcie, więc za 2 minuty i 20 sekund.
And on your left-hand side, looking at the first stage, you may see those white puffs. Those are the nitrogen puffs helping to steer and guide the vehicle, basically.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Wszystkie dane dyrektor lotu potwierdza, są prawidłowe. Wszystko przebiega zgodnie z planem.
There's the crew on the right-hand side of your screen. I think I see some more thumbs up there. Dr. Proctor is clearly excited that she's finally in space. Again, this mission will be orbiting Earth for 3 days, and they will be at an altitude of 575 kilometers, which, if I remember correctly, John you said that that is the distance from Los Angeles to the Golden Gate Bridge.
There you go. They're going to get there a lot faster.
Stage 2, FTS is saved.
Ok, włączenie głównego silnika pierwszego stopnia w celu wyhamowania i w celu bezpiecznego zbliżenia się do platformy Of Course I Still Love You, na której pierwszy stopień rakiety wyląduje za 2 minuty.
The second stage. So the first stage is making its way back to Earth, trying to land, and the second stage, everything is going well. It is headed into orbit with the crew on board.
Actually, there on your screen,
każdy by się wyspał tutaj, Asiu.
Sunrise horizon there
Każdy.
With planet Earth just behind the glowing MVAC engine.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Call out stage 2 in terminal guidance. We're at the altitude. We're working the angular momentum we need to get into the right orbit. And if you're wondering, crew's pulling about 3.5 Gs right now, less than they took on the first stage flight.
So in about 15 seconds, we are expecting.
Copy, Shannon.
We are expecting the MVAC to throttle down.
Ok, zaraz będzie SECO. Wyłączenie głównego silnika w pierwszym stopniu rakiety. On zostanie następnie włączony na dosłownie parę minut przed wypuszczeniem kapsuły Dragon. Ok, wyłączony. I teraz czekamy już dosłownie za chwilę na lądowanie pierwszego stopnia. Mam nadzieję, że nie zetnie. Ajajaj. No i niestety ścięło. Cóż, bywa i tak. Jest, mamy potwierdzenie poprawnego wylądowania pierwszego stopnia. Stoi na barce. Jeszcze tylko potwierdzenie obrazem może by się przydało. Panowie od SpaceX, co myślicie? No, astronauci sprawdzają stan nieważkości. Ciekawy jestem, czy mają jakąś maskotkę. Tutaj widzę, że Christopher Sąbrowski trzyma jakąś taką okładkę pod kartki formatu A4 chyba. Nie wiem dokładnie, co to jest. Czy to jakiś zeszyt? Coś takiego.
So there's that MVAC engine, like we mentioned before, it has already shut down in an event known as second engine cutoff. And the crew are now...
Okej, teraz kolejnym etapem będzie wypuszczenie kapsuły Dragon. To będzie 12 minut po starcie, a 13 minut po starcie, uwaga, mamy otworzenie noska kapsuły Dragon, a pod noskiem się kryje taka kopuła, przez którą astronauci będą mogli wyglądać w kosmos. Ta kopuła będzie większa niż okienka w Dragonie. Jest to również największy element przezroczysty, który poleciał w kosmos. Kupola, która jest na ISS, jest fakt większa, oczywiście, zgadzam się, ale składa się ona z paru elementów. A tutaj będziemy mieli naprawdę sferę jednolitą, bez żadnych wzmocnień po środku czy czegoś takiego. Więc to też będzie pierwszy raz, kiedy taki system będzie w kosmosie. Tak, Aniu. No, tradycyjnie zerwało, to jest już taka tradycja SpaceX.
Once again, the Inspiration 4 has lifted off from pad 39A. They are now in orbit around Earth, and there you can see on your screen, separation confirmed. So that is the Dragon front and Dragon on the left of the Falcon 9 for safety. We gave you a great ride to orbit. Enjoy your time on orbit, and we look forward to you flying again with SpaceX.
And copy that, Garrus. We really appreciate everyone's help back in LCC.
Okej, moi drodzy, w tym momencie właśnie kapsuła Dragon odłączyła się od drugiego stopnia rakiety, co oznacza, że Dragon jest już samodzielny. Sam będzie sterował orbitę własnymi silniczkami, które ma na swojej strukturze.
And that's the view that we have on the left-hand side of your screen. A lot of space there.
No dobrze, w takim razie. Może Joanna, poczekaj jeszcze parę sekund, to zobaczysz, jak wygląda kapsuła Dragon z tak zwaną kupolą. Poczekaj jeszcze chwilę, będzie to coś naprawdę niesamowitego, zobaczysz. Warto poczekać. Lata tam coś. Słuchajcie, tam coś lata. Tam jest jakaś maskotka. Tylko, co to jest? Małpka? Kurczę, nie wiem. Co to było? Ktoś zdążył zobaczyć? Ciekawe co to.
Their dashboard for the next 3 days. These touch screens provide them all of the telemetry and data information about the systems on board Dragon that they can interact with while on orbit.
Nie, za dobrze nie widzę. Albo króliczek.
And it looks like it is a little golden retriever.
Nie, piesek. Piesek. To piesek jest. Super mają maskotkę. Tak, oczywiście, Aniu. W weekend będzie nas dużo więcej podczas powrotu Inspiration 4. Bo tak jak mówisz, no teraz jest weekend, teraz jest środek tygodnia, ludzie muszą iść do pracy. Ja też muszę jutro wyjść bardzo wcześnie, w sumie już dzisiaj, o 7:30. O 6:30 dzwoni budzik, więc niedługo będę się kładł. Jestem ciekaw, jak długo pociągnie SpaceX transmisję teraz. Nie mam takiej informacji. No dobrze, nosek chyba został otwarty, lecz nie mamy jeszcze wglądu na to, co się tam dzieje. Ok, załoga mogła otworzyć hełmy, wizjerki, czyli są już w bezpieczeństwie totalnym. I teraz będą sobie krążyć po orbicie przez aż 3 dni.
It is in place of what was the docking adapter, the docking mechanism that allowed.
Tak, tutaj właśnie teraz pani komentator mówi o tym, jak ta kapsuła została przetransformowana, ponieważ, jak już mówiłem, ta kapsuła już służyła podczas misji Crew 1 i wcześniej pod noskiem kapsuły znajdował się element do dokowania do ISS, a więc ten moduł, jest to oczywiste, został zdjęty i został właśnie zastąpiony kupolą, przez którą będą astronauci wyglądać przez tak zwane okienko. Miguel pisze, tak się zastanawiam, jak to jest z wypróżnianiem. Czy mają jakieś kosmiczne pieluchy, czy toaletę? Mają toaletę w kapsule Dragon. Pamiętam, że astronauta Toma Pesquet kiedyś oprowadzał nas po kapsule. Więc mają, tak jak mówię, toalety, mają nawet kącik, gdzie kącik higieniczny, że tak powiem. A więc SpaceX o wszystkim przemyślało.
Place to be in right now when we can say we have now put 4 civilians into space, into orbit. It's been an incredible journey for us to get here. You know, we didn't do this alone. There's a lot of history working with our partners NASA.
Okej, jak dalej będzie wyglądała transmisja SpaceX? To jest najlepsze pytanie, które mogę sam sobie zadać teraz, ponieważ nie wiem, ile jeszcze taka transmisja będzie tutaj trwała. Dobre pytanie. Ponieważ nie ma już teraz, harmonogram SpaceX już tutaj się kończy, nie ma żadnych etapów, które są opisane. No i pytanie, a w ogóle to na jakiej wysokości znajduje się Dragon? Jest tutaj napisane? Nie jest już. Szkoda.
And it's just wonderful to know that the access to space has opened up. I believe in the note that Jared relayed back to ground. He said that the door is wide open and the view is spectacular. Of course, they can't quite see out through the dome just yet, as we mentioned before. But metaphorically, it must be an incredible feeling to be on board Crew Dragon at this moment.
I bet everyone's super jealous of Haley and her window seat right now.
Right.
She can just turn to her left and see everything.
Chris also has one,
yeah. Speaking of window seats, we are approaching the coast of Ireland. We're 249 kilometers up, so we're heading from the 200 kilometers where we injected to 575, and then we'll begin circularizing the orbit. But more importantly, we got into contact with the ground station in England, and they confirmed the nose cone is open.
Dobrze, tutaj właśnie nam pan komentator mówi, że nosek został pomyślnie otworzony i w takim razie okienko jest już odsłonięte.
We aren't going to the International Space Station. We're actually just going out into space, into orbit. So they will be doing a couple burns. Another one will be, or the first one will be 45 minutes into flight, and then another 90 minutes into flight, and that'll take them to their final orbit of 575 kilometers away from Earth.
So at this point, it sounds like we're actually not going to be able to get views of the nose cone opening and of that cupola. So unfortunately, we won't be able to bring that to you live at the moment. However, we will be providing that footage once it becomes available. And the four of us are super excited to see what our four Inspiration 4 astronauts are going to be seeing over the next 3 days. So at this point, Jared, Haley, Chris, and Cyan are now officially in orbit. Over the next 45 minutes, they'll reach their cruising orbit and spend the next 3 days orbiting planet Earth. We'll be checking in periodically with the crew to see how they're enjoying their first trip to orbit and to check in on those 360 views of space.
If you are curious and want to know where Dragon is at orbiting the Earth, keep tabs on the mission with the Follow Dragon tracker on SpaceX.com.
Yeah, and stay on top of any potential live events that we might be able to have with the crew while they're out in orbit.
No dobrze, moi drodzy, ja na chwilę zmykam i za chwilkę wracam.
Finally for today, the thank yous.
Okej,
Kennedy
dobra.
Space Center, the
Sekundka.
Eastern Range for the support getting us through the countdown, the FAA for launch approval, and of course the Inspiration 4 crew for their confidence in SpaceX, getting them into space today. And finally, thank you to everyone who is logged in to watch our webcast and donated to the St. Jude Children's Hospital. With that, we wish you a good day.
Zaczekajcie, moi drodzy. Ja tutaj właśnie wróciłem i widzę, że transmisja SpaceX już się zakończyła, czyli więcej nam teraz nie pokażą. Poczekajcie, ja tutaj dam jeszcze anulowanie. Póki będę... Czekajcie. Podczas kiedy będę zakończał live, puszczę jeszcze powtórkę startu. Tylko... Ok, a więc tak, misja Inspiration 4 została rozpoczęta. Start odbył się pomyślnie. Mam nadzieję, że już wkrótce SpaceX opublikuje więcej filmów z środka, jak to astronauci na przykład wyglądają przez okienka, czy też nawet czytałem kiedyś o wersji, że będzie takie coś jak widok na astronautów zza kapsuły, może tak. To też byłoby coś niesamowitego. No więc będziemy czekali. Bardzo Wam dziękuję za dzisiejszą obecność. Naprawdę byliście bardzo wytrwali. Jest godzina 2:27, jest środek nocy, a mimo wszystko byliście ze mną. Było nas ponad chyba 40, prawie 50 osób w pewnym momencie zaraz przy starcie, więc jest to coś niesamowitego, naprawdę. Bardzo się cieszę, że byliście ze mną. Mam nadzieję, że już wkrótce spotkamy się na powrót misji Inspiration 4, no i na kolejne starty Starlinków oczywiście. Jeżeli nie subskrybujecie kanału, naprawdę gorąco zapraszam do subskrypcji. Nie przegapicie wtedy żadnego live'a oraz żadnego wideo na naszym kanale. Naprawdę, każda subskrypcja bardzo mnie motywuje. Przez ostatnie dni doszło 20 subskrybentów przynajmniej, więc naprawdę bardzo się z tego cieszę, bardzo jest to motywujące. No i dobrze. Życzę całej załodze Inspiration 4 miłego pobytu na naszej orbicie, na orbicie naszej pięknej planety Ziemia. No i do zobaczenia. Dziękuję bardzo. Życzę Wam również dobrej nocy i do usłyszenia. Dziękuję bardzo. Hej.
Looks like a smooth ride for the crew. Okay, we heard the call out. MVAC-D is shown. We're beginning to get the turbo pump ready on the second stage engine for ignition.
Jeszcze bardzo Ci dziękuję, Miguel, za subskrypcję i dobrej nocy. Bardzo, dzięki.
Merlin engines are throttling down for G limiting. 4 Gs, we're holding it there for the crew. Major event coming up will be main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation, looking at the second stage engine nozzle, and then ignition of the second stage.
And Miko. Stage separation confirmed. Ignition.
Here's a call, and you can see on your screen there on the right-hand side that the second stage has ignited. That's the MVAC engine. I'm sure the crew felt another kick in the G's there as it ignited. Officially, the Inspiration 4 crew are now on their way to space. First stage